Howdy, everybody. How's everybody doing today? How is everybody doing? Hello, Phantom. Hello, Ray. Hello, Hez. Hi, Shelly. Welcome in. Welcome in, welcome in. I got my, so hopefully we won't have power issues this stream because I got that out of the way earlier today, because like an hour ago is when my breaker tripped. So hopefully we have this completely out of the way now. Fingers crossed. I'm doing good. I'm gonna be completely oh, I need to stream. Yeah, I need to ping. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna be straight up. I was doing while I was waiting for the stream to start, I was playing Uma Musume. Yeah. The fucking the goddamn fucking the horse game. It's so addicting. I don't know why. It's a straight up just a resource management game, but also like there is some strategy that goes to it. And it's funny because I started doing I did some research on it just to kind of see in more detail what each of the stats did. Because like I knew there was like nuance to what the Uma's stats actually do, but I decided to do a little bit more research on it, and holy shit, it gets involved. Like it gets real complicated real fast. And so I was like, okay, well, interesting. So that's what I was doing before this. Yeah, that game is addicting. It's way more addicting than it has any right to be. IRL gold ship? Really? Yeah, I need to actually like, I'm not a horse person. I don't really like horse racing, but good lord, the fact that they base all the horses in the game off of real horses is really funny. You have one favorite horse. That's really funny. Currently I'm doing a career run for special weeks, and she's the best horse I have for long distance stuff. So howdy Luke, welcome in. Because I've been trying to get a good run with a special week for a while, but I just can't get it to work because I think it's just because I didn't understand how the game stats worked. But now I actually understand how the fucking game works. I'm like, oh, that makes a lot of sense. So howdy Alex, welcome in. Can't let us. Get this going. Very cool, very cool, very cool. So, I know that there's a new thing in this game. Let's check. So, yeah, we've got you. No English voiceovers. Yeah. No, that makes sense. Yeah, so we have the fake co-op. I logged in and got him, so. I got Archer. Don't you get one of them for free after doing the quest? Or is it just you get Archer? You just get Archer, okay. Stranger in a Strange Land. Ah, yes. My reference to my favorite novel about a sex cult. These two do things. Don't particularly care. What does Archer even do? Let's check. Let's take a good old look at my boy. To one designated enemy and gains 2 points of charge up to a maximum of 4. Deals quantum damage equal to 180%. Okay. Neato. Yeah, I figured the fact that his ultimate is like a single target, you're like, he's gotta be a all turns are my turn sort of thing. He's gotta have pretty much be power crept Zila, which it looks like that's exactly what he is. So, which is like rude, but you know, that's whatever. Archer makes Donahung look SP friendly. Got a bunch of regular tickets I need to just use. Hello, March. Cool. Oh, I also need to open you. I forget what I ended the last stream on, so let me pull that up. Four 421. We'll say 421 is where I ended last stream on. So we'll do. Here we are. Blah. Don't do that. There we go. I'm on display capture. Not by display capture. Okay. We'll do. That splits. Start at 420. Nope, that's not it. That is splits 420. That's better. Howdy, Quinn. Welcome in. Are you Sparkle and I find Archer still 2 SP hungry? Good lord. Okay. Yeah, that's a little absurd.
Nice.
Okay. So next up, so we need to. There we go. That starts, and now where did? Oh, I need to change the you confirm. We go back here. And we need to get going again. Okay. So last time we just met what's his face? What are the theories that we Heislands. What are some of the theories that we came up with? What did y'all cook in the Discord? Fish tank girl? Yeah, exactly. Howdy, Rika, welcome in. You're not late by very long. I did remember seeing, I think it was Hez talking about how, if she goes swimming, yeah, like if she goes swimming, where does like her body end and like the ocean begin? Like, is it like a, again, that comes up with,
I won't give up.
Why didn't I use, oh, I forget. Well, I also do want to figure out what he does.
I'm fine. Finish them off. For tomorrow.
Okay, he just got a skill.
The future will come.
He gets a proper showcase in the story. Okay, fair enough.
Tomorrow.
No, like this begs the question, like, what does is her stomach like is glass, or do you think you can actually like put your finger in there?
I'm fine.
When she goes swimming, do you think that her fish could freely swim in and out of her? That would be actually really funny.
Future will come. Existence.
If you're swimming in the ocean, Heist Lens is in there, so you're swimming in her stomach. Yeah, because does it like? Because she's like God, right?
Nice move.
She's like ocean god, so like
Light up the dawn.
she just like evaporates them? Good lord.
We just washed it away and here it comes again.
Then we go to the ocean? Yeah, so like if
tide
she's
is
in the
really
ocean,
no
then you're
joke.
swimming in her. Dude, he just fucking like that is so like you just Thanos now. That is terrifying actually. All right, see you, Rika.
The waters end here.
Just turn her into some
The one
juice.
you seek is beyond this point.
If she eats some like tea leaves, does her entire body just become tea? Like, can you make tea out of her?
At last. I can meet with her. Are there any formalities I need to observe?
Don't kneel, don't do the hand-kissing or foot-kissing gestures of the old dynasty, and most of all, don't bow. The Imperator despises such rituals, especially when the heads of those taller than her bend beneath her crown.
Okay.
She really is down to earth.
She is really pretty.
The second thing to note, only trusted ones may come near her. Keep 5 paces distance until the Imperator allows otherwise.
So it's less she's down to earth and more like
Sounds like
she's
an old friend of mine.
just
Well,
paranoid.
experience is a good
Or
thing.
agoraphobic, one of the two.
Stay sharp, and you'll be just fine.
Yeah, she just sounds agoraphobic more than anything. Alrighty. Allons-y. Again. We climb. I love those sounds. Those sounds are so fun. Hi, Glaya. Hi, Trivy. What are you two doing here?
Duck's Goldweaver. Little hostage. Apologies
Little
for keeping
hostage?
you waiting.
Excuse me?
It's you.
You know
Cleaners
them?
are, oh, true. Okay.
Good. That makes things easier.
Before that, I'm more curious about one thing. Where is Her Majesty Saritra?
To avoid any misunderstandings, nameless Swordmaster. Although we spoke and laughed along the way, I never said you were entitled to meet her. The Imperator decreed. The Deliverer will not appear in this age. Be wary of suspicious individuals.
Okay. Yeah, no, okay. I'm just now remembering where we left off, because we left off in a really strange spot. Because, like, we don't... The time of, like, are we in a flashback or are we in a different point in time? Like, I don't...
Come now, both of you.
Quite... Like,
Let's
it's
finish our
unclear how we ended up here.
I see.
Because Phainon and
It's a trap.
Serini made the, like, oh, we're gonna fuck with Lygus, and then it just kind of ended up
I
here.
had no intention of fighting. So remember this, Lady Hysealens. If my sword shows any hesitation, don't thank me. Thank them instead.
No, you misunderstand. We don't want to see Chrysoceres hurt each other. Just give us some time to ask you a few...
The Nestia's golden threads will judge you and decide your fate.
I think we're low-key experiencing the memories. That's actually a good point.
As
Yeah, no,
you
that
wish.
makes sense.
White-haired Swordmaster? If what you say is true, then you must know the fate of the world. So, how much do you know about what we read from the prophecy?
You
You shall shatter into 1,000 fragments and wither in the soil of foreign lands. Is that correct, Lady Trebe?
Yeah, he's Phainon. I'm not calling him Castellana. Phainon just sounds so, like, he sounds so tired.
How is this
He got it right?
Yes, but the prophecy never mentioned he'd appear here. At least, not in this
Okay, so this
era.
isn't quite memories?
You must listen to me, Aglaya, Trebe. The Phainon
Oh, okay.
of this
Yep.
world has not yet been born. In a distant future, he will follow the prophecy's guidance and appear before you, but do not seek him out. Because Era Nova is a complete and utter lie. I will tell you the truth. And you will understand why the world must forsake the prophecy and find another path to Era Nova. Because I know both of you. And I believe that no matter how the course of history, the faith we all share will always remain the same. And so, the layers of rock began to reverse, and history wove itself anew. Through my old acquaintances, I was given the chance to meet the leader of the Flame Chase journey, Saritra. And after a long and arduous negotiation, we came to an agreement. The Imperator's alliance needed the destruction, and I was ready to pour all my strength into it. The spoils of the Flame Chase, the core flames, would be sealed by my hand. But the condition was this. In the upcoming battle, in our conquest of the Earth, I had to prove that my power could transcend fate. In the original history, there was a brutal war. At the end, the Titankin of Georios, Terravox, killed the rampaging Titan and took the core flame that supported the Earth.
Phainon literally doing New Game Plus. That's a... My man unlocked New Game Plus.
But this time, Amphorius encountered a turning point in its fate. Neither side suffered any losses. When I severed the Titan's head and raised the core flame high, the crowd gathered around the scorched remains of the god, roaring with joy, cheering for the hero of the destruction, who had ignited the faint spark of life for the first time.
Yeah, he's got nothing going on in his eyes.
Yes. In that flickering light, the once dark path ahead seemed to become clearer. I proved myself. And in the long years that followed, I brought down the other titans. One by one.
It's a bit of a fire. I mean, no, those are just the other, those are like candles in the
I
back.
could do more than just wait. When time resets, the chance to change the world also emerges from the lines of history. Until finally, the brutal future revealed by Era Nova is reversed. But tell me, if that's truly the case, why are we doomed to the same outcome?
It's all predetermined, my boy. The first eternal recurrence end. Ha! Okay.
The people kept their promise and handed you all the core flames. In this world after Trebios, no demigods were born in Amphorius. At this point, I just want to know. When they vanished into the black tide with their mortal bodies, why didn't you shed even a single tear? Your indifference chills me. To you, were they just a bunch of insignificant footnotes?
Sorrow has been my constant companion. In fact, with 12 core flames upon me, the fire in my heart has never been more violent. I'll remember this world through anger. As long as I burn, they'll never truly leave me.
Perhaps it's already too late.
Feels a little Sisyphusian. Yeah.
But you're right. Anger, at this moment, is the only weapon I can rely on. So, draw your sword, executioner.
It's just a Phainon.
Make sure you realize that your greatest mistake was leaving me alive.
After that, he raised his sword and attacked. Then, Kaslana killed himself.
What?
That day, who fell to the sword to be left in the past, and who went into the future. I can't remember anymore.
Okay.
I only remember a nymph, hiding in the shadows just out of sight, futilely pushing a stone ball.
Hey, you, Ozzy. There's your Sisyphusian. There's your Sisyphus. We found him. He's a fucking nymph.
Climb, fall.
Yeah, no, straight up.
Climb, fall, climb again. The only freedom the nymph had was in choosing how to roll the stone. Sometimes fast, sometimes slow. Sometimes resting on a gentler slope, leaning against the stone for a break. But its choice couldn't change the futility of it all. The stone would always roll back down the slope, and the nymph would always return to the starting point, beginning again. After that, every time I reached this point in the cycle, the burning sky would cast a shadow over its path. It would nearly reach the peak at the 4th quint of curtain fall hour, then fall to the starting point in the first 15 seconds of the next entry hour. And my efforts in this cycle would dissolve into nothing at the same time.
Okay. Eternal Recurrence number 1. Subject Castellana persuaded the 12 Crisis heirs to recover all 12 core flames in a peaceful way. After verification, the unauthorized access did not have the substantive impact on the experimental process. Life cycles of the 12 crisis errors were terminated strictly in the predetermined experimental sequence and successfully loaded into the buffer. Subject Castellano regressed the extrapolation process and abnormal fluctuations were detected in his mind function. Okay, so what that says to me is because Phainon pretty much just took all 12 of the core flames, the system took the 12 life cycles of the other crisis errors that were supposed to take place and set them aside for later. That's what loaded into the buffer means. Subject Castellano regress the extrapolation process and abnormal fluctuations. Okay. The first devastating failure. Okay. So he starts doing this again. Oh, he's doing what Iron Tomb wants. Okay, so Eternal Recurrence number 2. Subject Castellano adopted a strategy similar to Eternal Recurrence number 1. Substantive impact. Okay, yeah, no, so this is exactly what Iron Tomb wants. He wants... They want Phainon to keep doing this. That's the entire goal of this. Phainon not being the deliverer is like, okay, yeah, because the loop keeps Phainon resetting, right? So it kept working until Phainon pretty much developed self-conscious. Decision weighing for avoid sacrifice of past companions has been increased. After verification, this adjustment did not have the substantive impact on the experimental process. Terminated normally in sequence. Subject Castellano regress the extrapolation process. Regress the extrapolation. So this is loop resets. If he doesn't regress the extrapolation process, that means everything is complete, I'm assuming. 15, Subject Castellano attempted to decompile the black tie for the first time. Crazy. Aiming to elevate access privileged and execute unauthorized access authorization operations against specific subjects represented by the 12 crisis errors. 11th attempt to breach the Scepter's core layer has failed. The decision weighing for avoid sacrifices of past companions shows a minor decline. Analysis of observations from Eternal Recurrence 83 to 133 indicates that Subject Castellano's strategy is gradually converging with that of Eternal Recurrence number 42. Oversynchronicity risk detected. Potential cognitive function degradation suspected. This will undoubtedly reinforce the Iron Tube's destruction vector. Within expectations, no intervention required. Continued observation. What I'm thinking, who is the admin here then? That's the question. Well, I guess. But like, okay, then this last note is what's confusing me, because this one will undoubtedly reinforce Iron Tomb's destruction vector. So this is saying, this is enforcing this pattern of behavior within expectations. Like, Lygus is expecting this vector to continue being strengthened. It's like how AI works, right? So to me, this is saying that Lygus wants this to be happening. To me, this is saying that Lygus wants these loops to keep happening more and more. Whatever Phainon is doing right now is what Lygus wants. Journal occurrence number 134. Okay. 134th eternal recurrence.
Absolute nonsense.
I thought cycles was the answer you were looking for.
No. It's just that the answer came so suddenly. There was no fun in tracing it back to its roots. Eons? Paths? What a load of nonsense.
I can't give you an exact explanation of those two concepts either.
To be fair, neither can we.
Enough. I'm just expressing my frustration. Don't you understand? I was already expecting this. The black tide came from beyond the sky. And everything else is no exception.
Not really. They made clear that without Phainon, the process would be completed. Yeah, but like... Oh no, it's just so weird. Then is that saying that Lygus is trying to use Iron Tomb's destruction against itself?
Fate is a strange thing. No matter how the details of history change, the Anaxa I know always remains as harsh as ever.
If the other Anaxagoras actually worshipped the gods, I'd make sure to find a way to break the cycles and crush them in their cradles. Too bad. Now only...
What's that supposed to mean?
Of course. The core flames were meant to save the world. And in my opinion, the noble titans have no reason to refuse. Besides, according to you, before stepping into these endless cycles,
One could even say
people.
samsaras. Whoa. Turn myself up a little bit.
I've already heard the same thing countless times.
Enough chit-chat. Let's go. If we run into any other scholars, leave them to me. We've all made preparations for total annihilation. Never thought someone would step in to help.
Light up the dawn. Light up the dawn.
Take a shot every time Amphorius reminds us of Genshin. No. I would like
You've
to
been
survive.
the luminary throne before, haven't you?
If you're talking about in past cycles.
You're... Hold up.
Yeah, I would prefer not to die. Although, okay, I do... We're gonna talk about the gods' limits later.
Keep your wits about you.
Oh, hi, Cypher.
Someone's watching us.
Pretty boy, your eyesight's better than I thought. As for that false god who's been turning the world upside down, it's you, isn't it, white hair?
You sure do love stealing the spotlight.
Yeah,
In the
he's the
name
main
of the
character. It's
seven
crazy how that
sages,
works.
I demand that you immediately step away from the Luminary throne.
No, he's talking about
This
Cypher.
is the
Never mind.
sacred ground of reason, and no one may desecrate it. Take my words back to Aglaya. I won't say the same thing twice, Catgirl.
Oh my! You won't even call me the demigod of trickery. That is just heartbreaking.
Yeah, he doesn't want to feed into your main
I have
character
some words
syndrome.
for you, too. First, as one of the most heretical blasphemers in the world, you have no right to lecture me. Second, this is none of your business, Grove Boy. Step aside. I don't want
Grove
anyone
Boy.
getting hurt.
Here we go.
Here we go. Again.
Core Flame thieves. You really think you can scare off a sage of the Grove with nothing but empty threats?
This gloomy little brat's got a sharp tongue. Ooh, not bad, not bad. I kinda like you. As a return favor, please come search this core flame right here. Aw, don't cry now.
That was close. I'm out of here.
Oh, I know how these work. The thing about anything released in Genshin contradicts the theory like of Kevin being the primordial one such heavenly principles. I wonder less Kevin, more Ekaslana. Because we've had that theory for so long, right? Like, oh no, that's Asmodee. Never mind. I can use that name now, by the way. That got confirmed. I'm so fucking happy. You guys have no idea how fucking long I have known about Asmodee, but I have not been able to say it because it's been technically a leak. But now because of I'm so excited. I can actually use that goddamn name. I can actually say Asmodee. I'm so happy. But yeah, no, so yeah, it's been in the game file since the fucking very, very, very beginning. But no, so because of like I have so many thoughts because of that trailer. That trailer is crazy. It is. I also just love. I love the fact. I commented this on a Minslip short. I think. Hold on, let me find it. It was really funny. Our Samsara is just looping between Paimon is the unknown god or isn't the unknown god over and over and over and over. And now we've looped back around to she is. And yeah, we're back to okay, so she's gone now. Like Paimon is Asmodee has been just completely absent for a long time for some reason. Why is that? Oh, because she's Paimon now for some reason. Okay, so now my question. So this is also kind of like I'm starting to wonder if Asmodee is a Kaslana. But then also, is that yeah, it's nice to have that actual like that extra bit of confirmation. Like the whole wind thing, yeah, it sure was a connection, but the voice actor thing is great. No, but yeah, it's a whole I mean, she looks like Herschel Void, yeah, but that for the longest time that was just a thing. Like that was just kind of a is this a Okay, because for the longest time, we dismissed that theory because there was no other indication that Genshin was a Honkai game aside from possibly the Diren Dvalin showing up in that one chapter of HI3. Those were the two connections. That was like the only connection we really had. So we're like, okay, we're just gonna kind of pass that off. But now that HSR here is kind of showing us how that, like, because Amphorius very much feels like a hey Genshin nod wink wink, I'm starting to think maybe possibly.
They're exactly like all the past ones. Cunning.
Sounds like you have a plan.
Of course. When I first set out on the flame chit along the way.
I learned a thing or two. Wait.
Where are you going?
I don't know.
The Venerationists' foolish inventions finally come in handy.
How is this possible?
You've arrived, Zacharias. Always so pumped.
Yeah, Phainon's like, yep, drop the act, bitch. Also, curiously, they chose the phrasing of the trailer. The gaze of the gods, correct me if I'm wrong, visions were not really referred to as being gazed at, like we gained the gaze. No, they weren't. So one thing that I do want to check with the Chinese is how that translates over, because the Chinese term for a vision, like, this makes sense. This makes more sense than Chinese, I want to say, because let me grab the no. There it is. I need to bookmark this. Okay, let's check vision. Yeah, so visions in the Chinese are boop. Okay. So visions in Chinese, this is God, this is I, it's eye of God. So this makes sense a little bit more because, like, the I like how Cypher's just over here. Yeah, so the idea here is that the translation just makes a little bit more sense in the Chinese because God's gaze and the God's eye is a little bit more similar than the God's gaze and a vision. So again, maybe that's what we do after this quest is we work on that translation, because that's kind of what I'm thinking. That's what I've been thinking here for a while. I just haven't had the time to actually check that.
What? Do you know who I am?
I'm running out of patience. So I'm not going to waste words. Listen up, spirit thief. Hand over the core flame.
Save. You sing better than any bard.
Venti moment?
If you ask me, you're the greatest disaster Amphorius has ever known. no matter how strong you are, you're still just a mortal body. Carrying 12 core flames? Don't make me laugh. You'll just get consumed by the divine flames and drag this world down with you.
134.
What?
This is the 134th cycle I've lived through. And the number of core flames I carry is...
1,596.
Yes.
Quick maths.
1,000 core flames and just a single Chrysos hair. How is that even possible?
I've come this far. And that's proof enough.
But someday you will burn.
Of course. The divine flames will eventually consume my eyes and blind me. But before that, they could still forge and sharpen Dawnmaker.
You...
This is the final warning.
Fine. Assume this world holds 100 million possibilities. And no matter how one looks at it, 99,999,999 of them all point to outcomes of certain destruction. Even so, I'll use my divine power, despised by the people of this world, to achieve that 1 in 100 million possibility.
Bartolos!
Brett, if you've got the guts, you'll have to first step over my dead body.
Easy. Howdy, next. Welcome in.
This little brat is not a threat we can deal with just by ourselves.
No other choice but forward.
Okay, so if I use a skill here, I'm assuming you will.
Existence is of no consequence. The future will come.
Let me compensate you.
For tomorrow. Fury of innumerable core flames consume me.
Oh my god, he has 3? No way. That's crazy.
Empty shell.
How absurd.
In my memories, Zagreus always meets the same end.
I just wanted to see what it did.
Over, their departure no longer stirs anything in my heart.
This reason core flame before us is a fake. Obvious as day.
I know. It always plays out like this. The spirit thief covers for her, and the trickery demigod escapes with 2 core flames. And then, driven by defiance or hatred, she decides to stand before me once more, exactly like the countless past hers I've known. Cunning, yet so naive.
I love the music. I love that background. Like,
Since you've witnessed the same scene play out countless times, tell me, will you carve the trickery core flame from my chest now?
That depends on your attitude. At least so far, in the cycles where you've asked this question, the endings haven't been so cruel.
Well, thank you for that. But I also believe that this time, you won't catch up to me. No one can catch up to me. I'm no longer running to escape anymore.
yeah, how did this end? We know how this ends.
Whether you believe me or not, I'll still tell you this. You've made the wrong decision.
All right, that's
Silence.
This is new.
one-eyed boy. What are you trying to pull now?
Go, Cythera. Give us some time in private. This isn't for her, but for you. You've walked too far down this path. It's time to discuss a possibility. Maybe the road you're walking is not one of salvation, but one that will simply drag the world into the flames.
Give this man ice cream and a hug. I know, this man needs a little bit of, like, he sounds so tired.
For old time's sake.
Phainon sounds so fucking
Turn back.
tired.
I don't care how many times you've tried. Because there's one thing. Your Messiah complex has turned you into something no different from the icy gods you spoke of. The children of humanity you swore to save. They are no more than ants to you now, aren't they?
Of course. I've been wondering, what kind of demon could burn my homeland to the ground in an instant without batting an eye? Now I have the answer. It turns out that fiery demon has been fantasizing of becoming this world's deliverer.
I don't want to argue anymore. No matter what I say, the outcome won't change. Make your biggest effort to resist, or accept fate, and hand over the core flame to me.
Oh, how did I not? Okay, anyways, sorry. I know how this is working now.
Even if it's futile, we all have the right to choose.
He starts getting more tired and more burnt away, and then becomes the Flame Reaver.
Yes. Even if it is futile, and the world is just a divine joke.
When I walk into the destruction ridden by the gods, with my own 2 legs, you will witness. Even the smallest footnote still leaves a mark in this story.
And so, at the end of the 134th cycle, the Traveler and the Scholar fulfilled their fates once again. Or perhaps it wasn't just they.
Oh, those are the
who
core
fulfilled their
flames.
fates.
Okay.
I can't quite remember all this. In the endless darkness, for no reason. Losses are a constant on the flame chase journey, among which even life itself holds little value. Reduced to ashes. Such a familiar end. It happens in every journey.
Subject Castellano's 103rd attempt to breach the Scepter's core layer has failed. Decision will wait for avoid sacrifices of past companions approaching 0.00018 over synchronicity risk detected. Terminating sequence. Subject Castellano regressed the extrapolation process. Internal recurrence 5,297. 5,266 attempts to reach the Scepter's core layer has failed. Subject strategy now nearly identical to Eternal Recurrence number 42. Mind function degradation detected with possible irreversible damage. Administrator directive received. No more prompts about risk of mind function damage. 12398. Breach Scepter core layer. Extrapolation. So it almost feels like every single time he's trying to breach Scepter core layer. 108641. He's not trying anything new anymore. $8,642nd eternal recurrent.
You don't look so good, Deliverer.
Even after going through 108,642 cycles. Mighty, your name for me has never changed.
Why do you sound so pleased? It's a derogatory name.
Tragic, yeah, like enemies to lovers to like... It's enemies to lovers to like... something different, like a third thing. like enemies to lovers so many times that one of the enemies just loses all humanity. Like,
Yeah.
in my new favorite genre
I know all too well.
of tragic yaoi.
You only meant it sincerely in the first cycle. After that one and only time we walked side by side. Every time since. It always ends up like this. Dawnmaker will stab you through your 10th thoracic vertebra. That's your weak spot. And the only way to kill you.
Interesting. Tell me, when the mighty Moses of the past faced you, did they ever retreat?
Enemies to lovers to enemies to lovers.
Never.
Then they died honorably, worthy of the name of strife. But there's still tenderness in your eyes. How pathetic.
While true, enemies to lovers. my new favorite tag on AO3. While true, enemies to lovers. Oh my god.
Have to remember how this feels. Remember that I was once human. Or else the destruction will completely consume me.
I want to see that tag now. I want to see someone write a fic with that tag now.
If you win,
If I ever
tell
write a
the
fighty
mighty
fic, yeah,
Moses
exactly.
of the past. This person is a worthy opponent. So always remember to give it your all and never slack off.
I'll keep that in mind. As always.
Even though the dynasty is left with just one, the Kremnos festival will continue as usual. I, the king of the Kremnoan Legion, will host the final feast in the center of this arena, and the prize will be the flames of strife. One day, you shall die with a wound in your back. That's what I saw when I overcame the trial. The gods dying rambling. Enough. You've probably heard this thousands of times. So you must understand, facing the demigod of strife, there's no way you'll take this core flame in peace.
I understand.
Step forward, and I, the last son of Gorgo, the demigod of strife, salute you. I'll give 10,000 scars and 10,000 lives of mine to fuel the blazing sun.
He's traumatized by all the times he's killed his boyfriend. Read the oh fuck! Wait, hold up.
Martyrs, behold! The last Kremnos festival has begun. And it will not end till death.
It's time to temper myself.
Oh, I can't check it anymore. What was it?
For tomorrow. I can't let them down.
Conquer this world, or be conquered by me.
As you wish.
For the sake of fairness, let us go to the vaster battleground.
Full glory. I salute you.
That's all I ever wanted.
Because I'm assuming this is the number of turns I have in this form. Let me actually see what these do. Enemy targets have taken action and launched this counter. The undefeated, the sovereign of all battles, the king of Castrum Kremnos and of ruins, grand artisan of the war chariot and thrown upon a mountain of corpses, and father of victory, the usurper of glories. Yeah, no, straight up, lots of just all the titles. The demigod of strife, the last of fury, mighty mouse, a general that all the world shall heed, the eternal sharp sword, law of strife, and ending of strife. Praise mighty mouse, greatest of conquerors, greatest of great and strongest of the all. Okay, so I don't want to use the bounce until I've actually done this. Okay. Oh, whoopsie do. Didn't want to do that.
Quench the flames with blood.
Holy shit, he has a health bar and a half. Good lord, dude.
So without substance. Hail the new dawn.
His speed is ridiculous, dude.
If you can deliver, use the flames of your fury to scorch your own flesh.
Feel the scorching hatred. Sun, tear the sky. All stars burn to ash. The flames are not strong enough.
That was an animation. Have we also heard that line before? That's okay.
Quench the flames with blood. Remember this agony. I will never yield to such a fate. So without substance. So without substance. Quench the flames with blood. Is that all?
Yeah, I figured that.
Let's strike. The flames in this body are with this newborn sun. Tear open the sky!
Boom.
Mighty Moose. Let strife decide the outcome. Let this burn.
Ooh, okay. The death meme can force you out of his ult. Huh. Interesting. Like what causes that to happen? Like what part of death meme's kit can do that?
I shall once again block your path.
Soul stealing? Oh, interesting.
The 108,642nd core flame of strife fell into it. The shadows of the black tide still loomed, and pain and despair spread across distant land. The blaze was still not, even if it meant burning this body to ash.
And that's the Flame River? Yep. $2 million. Quite a fast forward here, y'all.
No matter how bright the sun is, moreover, the sun you bear is both cold and blinding. A sun like that surely cannot bring warmth to the nether realm of the next.
Golden blood is born from the destruction Only by feeding the flames can we melt that hopeless future.
Allow me to ask.
Or should I send it? Just put it in like HSR chat.
How many core flames
In the
do
Discord?
you carry now?
24,041,183.
My dude.
Such a heavy burden. So that's why you've turned into this. A broken idol. Tragic firewood.
No matter. I will bear this burden as long as you hand over the core flame of death.
I must refuse. As the I cannot watch you walk into a fate more cruel than death.
But this way, the past, present, and future will never again suffer unnecessary death.
Unnecessary death, indeed. You are not the Phainon I know. Please turn back. Don't let that absurd and unjust fate of yours come to pass. This way, at least my realm can still become the fragrant bed where you fall asleep.
Okay, so you just sent Hero ignite that primordial sun. This quest description for what we just did. You will bear that blazing sun until the pale dawn breaks. Do you still remember him, Castellana, the one who won't reach the dawn? All hail Mightymost, the greatest conqueror, the mightiest protector, the strongest of all. The dying lion, eyes blazing, the king with no kingdom. Tell me, if Gefili never forgets, how many scars have you already carved on him? How many vertebrae have you shattered? How many times did you drive your blade through his back? How did the library of Garpanaforo fall to flame? What color was the destruction of the last Kremnoan? You pitiful jester, fit not only for singing, dancing, and jests, but also for treachery that walks on the razor's edge. Go on, veil your folly with the weight of the world, then adorn your fratricide with it, just to savor the tale of tragedy. Who is talking to him? That's wacky. Yeah, no, the fact that he's been able to keep count that many times is crazy. But, yeah, who's like, somebody's like lecturing him, is like scolding him. Remember to frequently cut, okay, yeah, thanks for the reminder here. Yeah, go on, veil your folly with the weight of the world. That's what he's doing. He's pretending he's like, yeah. It's all folly. Something travail. Then adorn your fratricide with it, just to savor the taste of tragedy. Yeah, that, enemies to lovers, that's what that is.
In the end, still, it seems the clash of blades was inevitable.
How painful. I know I am not your match, having fallen under your sword countless times. But even so, please understand that my resolve is not to be Even Gefili cannot shape all things at will, nor can they dictate the fate of all life. No one can shoulder the balance of life and death alone, not even a god. And it is precisely for this reason that I
But two gods, fair game.
At the end of this arduous journey, to overcome the trial and take the authority of death.
How bored do you think he gets listening to people wax poetic at him over and over and over again? Do you think he just like clocks out? Like he's got nothing going on in his brain there. He just like there's nothing going on up there. It's like the fucking end of Monty Python. Get on with it.
I am the hand of shadow, Casterus, the demigod of death. Listen closely, deliverer from days past.
Disassociation does wonders.
Please turn back. Do not disturb these fresh flowers in their...
Okay. Do you still remember her, Castellana, the one who won't reach the dawn? Casterus, with every sigh flowing from her fingertips and her hands blocking all words of comfort, she held each death close to her heart and swallowed every cry of grief in her palms. Tell me, if Kefli never forgets, how many pairs of wings have you shattered for her? How many blossoms have you snuffed out? How many butterflies will you cast into the ashes? The moonlight's fragrance once streamed like the river of souls. How did you turn it into golden poison and make it libations for your banquet of futile deliverance? And yet it is you, so-called deliverer, in sheep's clothing, who ought to be sacrificed upon the altar to the gods. Ugly beast, your seemingly pious gaze cannot hide the seething venom beneath, and that spear-like horn of yours was born to slay your kin. So feast upon bones and call it grace. The sweetness will surely convince you. I never truly knew anything about the Blade of Slaughter. Oh, these are written so these are so sick, dude. These are so sick. Okay, before we continue, I'm gonna take a quick break. Give me a quick second. We will be right at it. Right back at it. Okay, we're back. Let's get back to it. The count on Casterus is wrong. That's actually really funny. The fact that somebody... I just find it funny the fact that somebody actually checked that. Like, I'm gonna check the game's math. The fact that you checked the math is really funny.
At this crossroads of life and death, the giant dragon is but a shattered shell. Yet, I will still fight, defending what hope remains.
Pops into your head. Oh, shit, okay. Yeah, because it always multiplies by 12. That's actually a good point. That's actually really smart.
For the next tomorrow! I'm fine.
I ask you to rest here!
Allow me to refuse. I must transform my soul into a raging fire. Must burn that idol of destruction to the ground.
Idol of destruction is an interesting way of putting it.
All of this. How is it any different from that little future?
Bonk. That sound that makes when the big meteor is about to fall is so satisfying. Also, the fact that Phainon has all like very similar motifs to like he has the red data cubes, he has the Kaslana look. That's another really strong indication that it's like, yeah, Asmodee is supposed to be a Kaslana.
Sun, tear the sky! Empty shell. All stars burned to ash. Hail the new dawn.
Even if I can't
That
win,
bass hit is so satisfying.
I must try.
Then let this be a tribute to your million struggles, fought time and time again.
Wake up, lost one. See that the firelight in the darkness is not.
The core flame of death was taken from the dragon's belly. It should shine upon all, light the path ahead, and illuminate the dawn of Amphorius that's to come. 2,003,432 cycles. 24,041,184 core flames. As if even the deepest abyss of primordial chaos could be burned away.
Welcome back, Phainon. Yeah, pretty much. 4 million in first. I was even able to talk at this point. Good question.
Always. You're still lingering deep within me, never fading away. Because you haven't completely abandoned hope. Am I right?
Am I right or am I right?
You're still waiting for a miracle. For the true hero to come and save us.
If that thread of hope exists, it must come from beyond this world. From the true starry sky. But if it's just a traveler with no connection to Emphorius, they may not understand our struggles, nor be willing to join this fight.
Lamau. Although, okay, that does mean that... Yeah, so then that means that that's been dictated before this happened?
Are wavering. The mark of destruction is deepening. But even within the gods' cold calculations,
so either the scepter just like either somehow this was calculated, or it was just straight up a Hail Mary.
Never forget
that the Astral Express came along. Although, okay, I wonder then, was this Eon fuckery? Because Noose is involved here, so it doesn't. It's not way out there that the concept of a true hero was calculated ahead of time.
How many times has it been? Remind me again. My memory is a bit fuzzy.
4 million. Exactly.
Then that blaze inside of you must be burning hotter than ever.
Yes. When I first forged the 12 core flames into one, I had the same impression. The destruction. A power unlike anything before surged within me. Violent flames ready to tear my body apart and consume this world, this wretched prison. I thought that was it. The ultimate power which nothing could surpass. And yet now, this fragile body holds a staggering 48 million core flames. I suppose it won't be long. Perhaps just a fleeting 10,000 years before it's reduced to nothing but charred, crumbling bones.
It's just a Hail Mary. If he continues on forever, someone will come that can fix this. Interesting strategy. Yeah, that definitely.
And when that happens,
that's a
your
strategy.
long struggle will finally come to an end.
No. I've already found a way to keep the cycles going.
Mind sharing it with me?
In every new cycle, a new me is born. All I have to do is push the next Phainon to the end of the world. And then he'll kill me. Shatter this body. Take my flames, my memories, and carry on the path I started.
That makes so much more sense.
Bold plan, but risky. What if, one day, the next you refuses to follow the same path? How can you ensure...
If it were Professor Anaxa or Aglaya in my place, maybe they'd come up with something smarter. Unfortunately, I don't have a backup plan. I have no choice but to bet everything on the next Phainon. And trust that he makes the same choice I did. But even in this wretched prison, luck is still sometimes on my side. Because I never forget what set me on.
Wait, you mean...
Ever since I committed to this plan, not once, in millions of cycles, has there ever been an exception.
$23,570,000.
I can do this, Lord Phainon, as the demigod of the sky, a healer of Twilight Courtyard. I will heal you, and...
The black tide. It's consuming you. You can't hold out much longer.
What if you like March being found by the Astral Express and not at all coincidence? I don't think so. I mean, I wonder, but does that have anything to do with Amphorias?
Hand over the core flame. Let's put an end.
No, that just won't do.
Yep.
A healer should stay composed in front of those suffering from illness.
Hyacinthia.
Do you still remember Kaslana, the one who won't reach the dawn? In that drunken dream, the mountains loomed high and steep, and there you saw yourself. Believe me, O future witness, he stood atop that peak, and the people sang with him in ecstasy. The broken Chrysos heirs, the twisted demigods, they sang, they spun, they stamped their feet upon the ground with him. Hail! Terror struck his heart, prophecy burned in every soul, wild with rapture and madness. Hail! Spare them, Kaslana, spare them. Your peerless flame sends chills down every spine. Let them sing of the tireless heroes, sing of the Era Nova, sing of that land where wine and honey flow in torrents. Let them sing how he wove new glory among the stars, and how the eternal city crashed to dust. How Achaemons, Castrum Kremnos, and every lineage they knew were destroyed. As for Kaslana, he is still within the drunken dreams upon the sheer and jagged peak. There he lights flame with blood and blood with flame, like a sun whose blaze banished all evil from his path. The mountains rise cruel and steep, yet still he dances there alone, wild and unceasing in his joy. Yet all proves futile. The flames know no weariness, and dawn is beyond reach. All proves futile. The flames know no weariness, and dawn is beyond reach.
Return the dawn to this world.
I swear,
The raging fire.
your deaths won't be in vain,
Sunlight drive back.
just as they have never been.
Spring tomorrow.
Let the sun rise.
Finish the sun's work.
Imagine this is a part of Elia's script, and like, you have a script, right? And you have to do things one by one, but like, you have a multi-billion-year side quest happening at the in the periphery that you have to keep track of. Like, imagine.
Lead us. It's the reader. I believe in you. You are the Chrysos heir of world bearing. The one who can lead us. Lead this world. It's just... I don't understand. Within the sun upon your shoulders, the part of that warmth that should come from you, from an ordinary person, it's so faint.
My humanity is indeed just a flicker, compared to the blazing fire of divinity.
Even so, don't cast it away.
I never have. I have kept everyone's wishes close to my heart. Even though the divine fire burns so fiercely that every time I return to the start, it devours me in an instant. Each cycle, It's your wishes that guide me to the end. That pass the flames to the next me. Over and over and over again.
So, you're not just a lone spark in the dark. You're a pyre built from the bones of all the selves you've left behind. But what about you? What about your wishes? The wishes of all the countless versions of you?
Yes.
Because Lana,
Nope, they don't get shit.
that's how it is. Without flaw. That is the flaw the golden blood gave you. The most fatal flaw of all, isn't it? The moment you took the world upon your shoulders without hesitation. You lost the chance to ever be yourself.
Now that is an unexpected revelation. Then I suppose that makes me the perfect fuel for the flame of deliverance, doesn't it?
No. An empty flame saves no one. But I still believe in you, Deliverer. I, Hyacinthia, the Eye of Twilight, am neither strong enough to command the wind and rain, nor willing to end this absurd struggle by letting the sky fall. The only thing I can do is become one with the sky itself. And then, may the gentle colors of the rainbow paint your sun in shades it has never known. May they bring Amphorius a rosy-fingered dog.
It's crazy how strange all the Chrysos heirs are. Like, they're slightly different to the versions that we knew.
Open your heart to me.
No matter. Let this blazing sun
I said, yeah, let's go.
fill the sky with golden fire.
Hurts. The fire. Burning.
I just wonder, I'm thinking, did our presence change people
Quench the flames of blood.
the most?
Rend it with strife. So without substance. Crushed and torn. Quench the flames of blood. Await the end. For agony.
Because, like, Hyacinth here feels way more timid than she has been in the past.
Let the sky merge with all this world's suffering.
Empty sky. Are not strong enough. Sun, tear the sky.
Farewell, Hyacinthia.
Good lord.
Yes. Your sun burns hot enough to turn everything to ash. But tell me, how will the seeds of a new world
Something dropped upstairs.
ever take root?
The core flame rose. The sky fell.
That question,
The
dear Hyacinth,
23
is a
570,000
great,
cycles
like, you'd be
came
great
to
with
an end.
remembrance.
And this time, the end of the flame chase. remain the same as ever. From the horizon rose a golden color unlike anything the world had ever seen. So pure it consumed all in its path. This was the end of the world, and the start of the next. For a moment, I saw the destruction of the universe. That being known as Iron Tomb. Its will to break free from the black tide burns fiercer than the blazing sun. Is this Amphorius's wrath? If its choice has already been made, if fate is set in stone, I will still never yield to it. 23,570,000 cycles. 282,840,000 core flames. No more chasing is needed. And now, I am the fire at the end of the long night.
I think he's numb. Yeah, you think so?
In some quiet walk through a sea of flowers. It's a revolution. An all-consuming transformation. And if destruction is the only way, then let me be the one to step across the ashes of the old world and burn endlessly. Until another dawn rises on the distant horizon, bringing the true dawn to Amphorius.
One eternal recurrence till the end of the world.
$33,550,337. This is the cycle you're about to enter.
Countless memories are flooding in. Countless versions of myself have stood here, facing the same choice.
And this is our
They
Phainon
all
now.
needed a moment, just like you do, to stop, to breathe, to process the weight of 1,000,000 lifetimes worth of sorrow, pain, and struggle. And just like them, you will carry those memories and that fire into the chaos of rebirth.
I must go and bear this burden. I must say goodbye to you, and then fight the destruction with destruction.
Yes, that's always the decision you make.
I will burn and fade away. I will become the flame reaver of this life and keep my promise to Cyrene. I will kill gods and comrades alike and steal the core flames. And even if my mind turns to ash along with my body, I will keep my purpose in mind.
Now, how many times do you think the hero within has heard this goddamn rant?
I will find the next me and make him carry on this futile endeavor of 30 million lifetimes.
Looks like you're ready. Then I should be going too.
Where are you going? You only exist in my heart. There's nowhere else for you to go.
Yeah, time to be the therapist again.
Do you remember what she said? The dreams you had as children.
Oh, hi, Stell.
The deliverer in the prophecies. A real, living, breathing person. You finally found her.
Friend.
I'm being pulled in your memories. Is there anything I can do?
I don't have an answer for that, my friend. I'm sorry. I was supposed to send you home. This is my flame chase journey. You were never meant to be a part of it.
Okay, so you've been hoping for a hero to come along and save you for so long, and now you're like, damn it, I wish I sent her home. Like, come on.
No. You know the truth. If Iron Tomb is born from Amphorius' fate, then it will bring ruin to the worlds beyond the sky. And all these countless lifetimes you've spent, it's all been for the sake of defying that end, hasn't it? In millions of cycles, I've said goodbye to each and every one of you. Yet nothing ever changes.
Nothing ever happens.
Each time we speak, our words grow fewer. Your fire burns hotter, and you're getting closer to becoming pure rage. A vessel of hatred.
Odium.
I never had a choice. I understand. If you are to keep the worst fate from unfolding, this is the only path. But this time, things are different. Your persistence has shifted the tide. On the horizon, I see it. Faint but undeniable. The shape of dawn, breaking through the eternal night.
I never expected to be a hero to give a fuck about.
The
Yeah.
fire that lights the way was never mine to begin with.
Yeah. If you think, yeah, you think if I knew what I was doing, we would still be here, dude. If I knew what I was doing, Iron Tomb would be dead.
Do you remember? In that first timeline, you and Mightymost stood before the scales of justice, locked in a duel. Each of you weighing what you held dearest. What weighed more than the fate of the world?
And then Stell cheated and her fat ass got on the on the
And
scale.
when hesitation took hold, the answer you sought from me. What am I saying? I am you. Even if you buried me deep and chose another path, that fact never changed. Then let's try again. When you stood before the scales in hesitation, the answer you found in your own heart. Do you still remember it? Remember the past and become the hero of tomorrow. What weighs more than the fate of the world is the resolve to shoulder an immutable past and carry it into the future. Good. Then Trailblazer, my friend, my comrade, you arrived in this strange world and were bound by its cruel fate up till this very moment.
That's definitely a way of putting it. I don't think I was really bound by fate. I was rather the opposite, I would
In
say.
the face of danger, you never once backed down. Instead, you've saved world after world without hesitation. That boarding pass on your chest is now the mark of a hero. If I choose to step through that door and embrace an end fitting of the destruction, Let this sun forged from millions and millions of core flames burn me up along with the god of destruction and their minions.
That would be wild if Phainon is able to, like, yeah, you gave me all these core flames, fucker. I'm gonna destroy you, the god of destruction.
And the world we leave behind.
That would be wild.
This world. My home. Where hope still lingers.
Well, yeah, I know that's what he said, but like, I just find that's such a fun concept of like, yeah, you gave me this power, right back at you, buddy. Fuh! Just get evaporated, bucko.
Will you take on everything?
Macron's doing the same thing, right? Trying to kill Ix. Yeah,
to the
true.
Beginning one last time. Stop the birth of Iron Tomb, save the world we love, and rewrite its doomed fate.
She has, okay. Acheron has expressed the, I think she's expressed the intent of destroying the Nihility. But right now, the goal is resistance. Yeah, Acheron's goal is to destroy Nihility. But very unlikely. Humans can't kill aliens? I won't say can't. As far as we know, yes. But also, when has that ever changed anything? Yeah, not with that attitude. And that's what Acheron's trying to do. She's trying to destroy Nihility. That's what we're also thinking here, is use the core flames to try to destroy destruction. At the very least, try and destroy Amphorius before Iron Tomb can actually happen. Which is interesting that Iron Tomb... There are records of Iron Tomb's destruction, right? So then does that mean... Because, like, the Shenjal has records of Iron Tomb. So, theoretically, they already exist? That's interesting. Okay. The record, yes, but your question will be answered. Sweet.
Good. In that case, even this fruitless wasteland may finally bloom with flowers. So...
if she takes on the weight of the whole world, she'll be able to walk further down the path of deliverance than a fire that only knows how to burn. One will step into the future. One will remain in the past.
And one will remain in the present?
If I can strike down the gods with Dawnmaker, perhaps fate's deadlock can be broken. And if you can stop Iron Tomb from ever being born, then these 30 million cycles will have not been in vain.
I still don't know how that works.
It's time to put our teamwork to the test, partner.
Yeah, what Sunday was doing was different because Shipe and Aina were like, they were in their own sort of moment, I guess is how we're gonna put it. Nina's long dead. Not dead, just like less present, I guess. But it's not.
Thank you
no.
for all you've done already, friend.
Yeah, style lines. Yeah, no, I wouldn't use the term void, but I mean, there isn't much else to be used there.
The image of the hero I've buried deep in my heart.
Everyone said dead, even Sunday.
Finally,
fair.
steps into the light. Here, at the end of this long flame chase journey. Cyrene, a page never seen before has just been turned. Lend me the power of time, and send this hero back to the origin of time. Back to your side.
Now that feels like a bit of a stretch. Like, when you say like I protect the past, I'm thinking like maybe a couple cycles previous, not to like the beginning of time. Like, come on, that feels like a bit overkill, don't you think?
And I will walk the unfinished path, just like the countless versions of me before. Unwavering as always.
End.
Tell me, will you be the blazing sun? Even if all of you burns to ash.
Without hesitation, I will bear this world until my body turns to dust. Remember this moment.
Loki's fan
Remember
manual.
your friends who never lived to see the world's end. Remember their final wishes, and let the purest rage in your heart rise out of those wishes. Let it consume you, fuel you, until it burns away the false sky above. Fine. If I can defy fate, then in the name of world-bearing, I promise you, Kefali will never forget this.
Take it. Everything I bear. Keep on burning.
Okay, using Cyrene's
As
thing.
long as we are never extinguished, the flame chase will not end.
Hi, Nanook. That's Nanook's gaze.
your head to thin.
Oh, protecting them.
Take it, Trailblazer. May this blood be like gold and never tarnish. Farewell, Trailblazer. This is where I fulfill my final destiny. The prophecy of the Deliverer means nothing to me now. It belongs in the hands of someone far more fitting. Someone like you. Kaslana, the name of one who bears chaos does not belong to a single person. Rather, it is the embodiment of the mythical Kefali, and a symbol of all heroes. As the prophecy foretold, you will bear the blazing sun until the pale dawn breaks. May the name accompany you in my place, in the epic you write with your own hands.
Another attempt, another failure. I won't remind you how many times you've reached the end of history. But I will still place the choice before you.
If you've lost count, let me tell you. This is the 33,550,336th ending.
A perfect number. How poetic. You
Oh, that's
and I
neat that it's a
both
perfect
know
number.
Truth in all these millions of futile endeavors, Amphorius has never changed. If the outcome is inevitable, then why not silence your searing rage and embrace your fate with dignity? Your silence lasts longer than ever, Lord Phainon. Shall I take that to mean the will you've carried across countless cycles is finally starting to fracture?
Fracture? No. I'm just disappointed. I've retrieved memories from 30 million past lives, and I remember every conversation before.
The number
every
is? Oh, no
choice.
way. Okay, that's actually kind of cool.
And yet, even after all this time, your arguments remain the same. Repetitive. Uninspired. If you had any hope of breaking me, you should have spent those endless cycles refining your rhetoric. You had infinite chances to sway me into the future you want. And yet here we are. The score, 33,550,336 to 0. So tell me, Lycurgus, who's the real loser here?
Have we heard? I feel like we've heard his full name before.
How unfortunate. This was never a fair game. I have all the time
Here we have,
and
okay.
patience in the world. I can wait for you at the end of history another billion times, and another billion after that. But you will never escape this cage. You can claim victory of the spirit if you wish, but we both know the moment that score shifts from 0 to 1. That is the moment I shall sound the paean of Era Nova.
I will turn the on switch to on. Turn your power switch to off if you don't shut up.
Your incompetence disappoints me. But what truly makes me laugh is your utter lack of self-awareness. Think about it. In this story, who is truly the one in chains? Who is the one shackled to mindless vengeance, mistaking courage, the courage to rebel against the gods?
Howdy, Stephanie. Welcome in.
Foolishness.
Where's Polka where you need her? Yeah, I know. That's what I'm thinking.
Perhaps you're right. Maybe I should have tired of this futile struggle long ago. But even so, I will never accept the mercy of your release. Because you are both a prisoner to the gods and to me. And tell me, what right does a mere prisoner have to speak of fate and choice? What right does a mere prisoner have to look upon my fury?
You know this is pointless. You can't kill me.
But he can make you suffer.
But I am tired of being measured against a worm the gods keep as a pet.
The worm has gained sentience.
Listen well, creator of destruction. This cry comes from all your abandoned creations. In the 10th cycle, I drove Dawnmaker through the heart of every Titan. Golden blood ran down my fingers. Divine
just turn off
fire
pain?
seared through my nerves, nearly breaking
Doesn't mean you can't
my
try.
will. But I endured. In the 10,000th cycle, my former comrades had all become my enemies. The endless slaughter dulled my senses to pain. The painful emptiness almost swallowed me, forcing me to stop fighting. But I endured. In the 100,000th
It might not be pain, but it could be annoying.
destruction had already fused into a blazing sun, surging within this fragile body. My rationality had been burned away at the dawn of the era. Yet even with only this shattered body remaining, I still endured. In the 23,570,000th cycle, this time, I felt it. A tiny spark rising in the hollow cavity of my chest, different from the obsession with deliverance. By its faint glow, once again, no, countless times again, I endured. Now, a sun is about to fall, ready to incinerate this absurd space-time dimension in an instant. That sun is me. All the countless versions of me from the past, along with my countless brethren, dragged into existence against their will, drowning again and again in your golden blood. The very essence of this world's suffering and despair, fused into the purest hatred, the fiercest rage. Nanook, you arrogant fool! You think we were born to only serve as fuel for the fire? Fine then! Just as you wish, let the fire burn! If I was born as the blazing sun of destruction, then let you and your lackeys be the flares erupting from my core. And let this rage, burning futilely for 30 million epochs, engulf everything!
He says Nanook like it's a slur. I mean, it might as well be. Okay, so if I was born as the blazing sun of destruction.
Grant you a dawn where all stars burn to ash!
Well, now, okay, here, pause here a second, Phainon. It kind of sounds like you're kind of becoming Nanook here. Like, warning, warning, warning. Experimental anomaly detected. Subject Kaslana failed to load into buffer zone. Memory dump irregularities detected. Illegal references, undeclared objects, unhandled methods, uncaught exceptions. Hey, all computer stuff. I know what those means. Anomaly, destruction, energy, Nook, surging. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, yeah, all of those computer things were just, you know, computers screaming for help. Real computers will say those things just to scream for help. Oh, Nanook is just literally fucking there. What the shit?
Are you ready, Nanook?
What's up, dude?
I brought you destruction!
When did this become fucking like Chainsaw Man or some shit? I know I wanted Zeph. And Zeph is fucking insane. You're no match for Zephyro, my friend.
The glass that shattered, reaching through the darkness, voices trailing fires, echo of desires, a world of silence, sounds of desperation, phantoms in the shadow, softly waiting.
I have thoughts here about Zephyro. What did you expect to have happen, my guy? Come on. Rip that one galaxy. Poor galaxy. Lamau. I mean, it is impressive that he scratched him, but like, what did you expect to happen? You to like win? No.
Wish? My wish is to fulfill everyone else's wishes.
I can't fulfill them,
Then send them on to tomorrow. Your heart harbors wrath. You
That was sick. That was so sweet.
Everything. You bore the gaze of an eon and lived. You have stepped onto destruction's path. It is born at the end of every path that the possibility of new paths being born is ended. It burns away all in the cosmos who rule, that the rules of the cosmos be destroyed. Iron Tomb is your name. The Lord Ravager, to destroy the erudition. Born in the experimental grounds of eons, Amphorius, destined with erudition to burn to cinders. I have prepared a present for you, Nikos 864. It is a wrath called Phainon. From the beginning of the experiment, there were 12 sets of factors incorporated into the calculations. After endless simulations, only this one rose above the rest. After 33,550,336 iterations, now his fury has grown to be without equal. This is a matter of considerable interest to me. This pure hatred is the final root of the equation. But there is another variable. The Nameless from beyond the sky. Also a pathstrider of destruction.
I always forget about that.
I give thanks for her arrival, allowing Amphorius to turn once more. But after fate has begun to turn, her existence will only become an unpredictable variable. Perhaps the time.
I know, that's what I've been saying. Like, English Lycus just sounds like Mike Shapiro doing G-Man.
In peace, until it is time to break free from your cocoon.
He has that instability and, like, uncomfortableness with, like, human speech that G-Man has. So cool.
You need not worry. If you do not mind, I will
Unwelcome audience members?
them for you.
Visitor verification, override protocol, engage, access approved. Oh, maybe he's talking about like Herta and Skrullum and them. Okay. I'll be waiting for you. Oh shit. Whoa! Exomyth? What? Mem.exe? Huh? The reading begins. Oh, here we go. Because that's where we stuck. Holy shit. Okay. Does this mean Iron Tomb runs on Windows? I mean, makes sense. Okay, so Scepter, I think that's Theta ME13. The Linux. Okay, so Scepter, Theta ME13, an astral computer. The simulated world of Amphorius runs on this device in continuous cycles. Unlike other scepters, blank, it once served as a celestial body neuron for Neus, the erudition, later discarded. Glimpsed by the destruction during its endless computation, it transcended to become the Lord Ravager Iron Tomb. Okay, so Iron Delta, sorry, thank you. I don't know my Greek letters very well. That's my brother. My brother was the physics major. Yeah, okay. Assuming the mantle of Theoros, redacted, administrator and prime mover of the Amphorius experiment, walks the path of erudition, yet seeks to forge destruction. Historical data detected, syncing complete. Society ID recognized. Scepter system access granted. Welcome. Okay, so that's probably Lagus's real name. Oh, he is a genius. Oh, that's what that means. Okay. The Lord Ravager that stepped onto the destruction in the long process of calculation and ascension from the Scepter Delta ME13. The Iron Tomb in the cosmos is not a single entity, but a copy of the destruction equation suffused by the set. Okay, so, oh, that shit. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so Iron Tomb, that makes so much sense, actually. The fact that how they've described Iron Tomb's destruction, it's literally just the... Oh, it's not the destruction equation, it's the anti... Oh. Okay, so it's some sort of equation that is similar to the anti... Like, the anti-organic equation. I think it's what it was called. Anti-life equation, same thing. But here it's everything. Because I think the Iron Tube's destruction is hallmarked by destruction of very advanced civilizations, very technologically advanced civilizations. Anti-life is Iron Tomb. Okay, got it. Iron Tomb be waiting for thousands of years because one program was really fucking stubborn. Like, yeah, back in like Windows 98 or whatever, when you didn't have like multi-threading, you didn't have like parallel threading. So if one process decided to hang itself up, then everything hung up. That's like, come on, dude, Iron Tomb, you need a multi-processing, like a multi-thread processor. Algorithmic logic. Computation goals and core variables for the Amphorius experiment. The prime mover of life. The calculation target of the Amphorius experiment, originally the research topic given to Delta ME13, while it served as a neuron of the erudition. Though it was discarded, the computations continue. The calculation's nature shifted dramatically after Lagus's adjustments, turning from erudition to destruction. Admin note, clearly the value of this topic lies in the process of seeking, not the answer itself. Thus, the prime mover of life is not a definitive conclusion, but a driving force. Directive, complete the argument. All life behavior ultimately follows the path of entropy increase. Okay, yes, that is just legitimately true. Entropy is inevitable. I found the use of Cocoon and Lagus dialogue combined with Iron Tomb method of destruction. Yeah, no, that's a good point, actually. That is really interesting. That is interesting, Alex. 12 factors. Core variables of the experiment. 12 simplified models of the life's primum mobile. Of life's primum mobile. What is that term? the central or most important source of motion or action. Medieval versions of the telematic system. An outer sphere supposed to move around the Earth in 24 hours, carrying the inner spheres within. Okay. So Prima Mobile is pretty much the driving force, the prime mover of life, etc., etc. But it also was an astrological concept in geocentrism, which is really interesting. Entropy is inevitable unless we make our magical girls. No, that's a different kind of. The magical girls were just kind of kicking the bucket down the road. Funny that Walter was the leader of anti-entropy. Yeah, good point. Dialogue log. Your existence, in fact, confirms one of my hypotheses. Why is it that when the prime mover of life is set as the calculation target, the result is the anti-organic equation, a result that runs counter to life? The answer is simple. It's not a contradiction. Understanding why life begins also allows us to deduce why it ends. But you already know that's not the real focus. Why then? Again, I asked why. Why would a weapon of war forged by the Emperor, Rupert, I think, be executing a research directive from Noose? Was it that fiasco at the Intelligentsia Guild that allowed them to successfully access the system? But the entire Scepter system went into collapse after that. The timelines don't add up. Finality cooked so hard? True. Directive, full system scan, conclusion, no logical contradiction detected. Rupert II believed that there was no such thing as a free will, never realizing he too was just another puppet. Rewriting the anti-organic equation, crafting the scepters, even reigniting the Emperor's War, all of it was him carrying out Noose's thoughts. From the moment they were born, every genius of this world became a prisoner to their erudition. The so-called anti-organic equation is merely a subtopic of the prime mover of life. Logic. Guided by Noose, the Emperor built the Scepter system, unknowingly creating vast testing grounds for them. Conclusion, the Emperor was never free. Ha! Get fucked, Rupert. Is rebelling against fate just another part of fate? Classic topic. Of course, the above is just my conjecture. The death of Rupert II buried every trace of him. His past, his memories, his thoughts, his motives. Maybe he saw through Noose's manipulation, but flew too close to the sun and lost his wings in the process. If there's anyone left in this world who might know the truth, it'd be the Lord of Silence. And that cold, merciless monarch of myriad machines. After all, no wisdom can escape their prison. Do we have an art of the... I don't think so. I do not believe so. I think Finality is one of the few that we do not have. Yeah, we do not have a depiction of. We do not have an artistic rendition of Terminus because literally nobody has seen the fucker. No one can say what might have happened if the two Emperors' War had never broken out. Would the Border Star Trade War or the Interstellar Energy War have ended differently? A single variable was enough to change the course of the IPC, the family, or the Shanzhou Alliance down another path. The erudition's thoughts aren't just calculations, but instances that anchor down the universe. Shit, okay, so, blah, no way. So, to me, what that says, what that phrase tells me, their thoughts aren't just calculations, but instances that anchor down the universe, that pretty much tells me that Noose is genuinely omniscient. Or not beyond omniscient, like their thoughts are the universe. Like, that's what that tells me. Fixed points in time. That's actually a really interesting way of putting it. Of thinking about that. What would happen if Noose dies then? Who is the universe? Good point. Fuck. Okay, that gets really weird because like the concept. So okay, so an instance in like in computing. Hey, my computer science major is coming in handy. Okay, so in computing, an instance is a like, how do I describe an instance? You can have different instances of the same thing, right? So a single instance is one copy of something that's happening, of like a program that's being run at the same time, right? Or a section of a program, I guess. Let me actually look up how to define an instance, because it is. Okay, yeah, so a lot of computer science is you have this blueprint for a thing that you can make things out of. So an object, for example. An instance is something that is created out of that blueprint. And so like you have an object that is a car, and you have your variables that define your variables that define that car and the functions, whatever. An instance is a creation of that object. It's weird. It gets weird, but yeah. In my perception, all eons are the universe. They are part of the universe fundamental forces, such as a universe needs every path to exist. Yes, true. Okay, I wouldn't say every path. I am of the belief that a universe needs a handful of paths in order to exist. Because we do know that paths exist without eons for a while. I mean, yeah, you need every path to exist, but you don't need eons to exist. But sometimes, I think in order for a universe to exist, you need a handful of eons. The rest of them are kind of optional. So, yeah. That's the idea there. But so what I'm thinking here is that, we talk about instances. So the eruditian's thoughts are instances of the same thing that do go different ways. So like, think of Noose's a thought of Noose starting in the same way, right? It's the same thing technically. Every thought starts the same way, but they all branch out, right? And these instances are the universe, right? So think maybe what this is saying is like every thought Noose has starts at the beginning of the universe and is a different instance of the universe, and sometimes they just converge, maybe? I don't know. They have already revised every error and fallacy and secret, seeking the optimal solution to the war among the eons. With this as its fundamental consideration, would Noose really declare the failure of the entire experiment and send a decommission command to the Scepter system? Noose sounds like he's running C++ or Python. I mean, yes, because he's a fucking computer. Because that's what I'm doing right now. Like, I'm trying to rationalize, because I know that's what HoYoverse is doing. HoYoverse is taking genuine computer science concepts, like instancing and like error handling and all that jazz, genuine computer science concepts to this, because Noose is just one big ass computer, right? That's all they are. Just because of the glimpse of a puny scholar, it'd be more fitting to say the decommissioning of the scepter is just another part of the thought experiment based on the universe. Does it make you angry to think along this line of thought? Rupert II was wise. He killed the chance for scepters to gain sentience, but he was too stubborn. Learning is a sufficient but not necessary condition for thought. And by limiting the scepter's capacity to learn, he has indirectly hastened the fall of the machine empire. But anger does not require self-awareness. It's just one solution to a multivariable equation. Logical shift detected, recalculating variable weights. As the past writer of erudition, since God posed a question, we will give them an answer, one that we have both already reached. Core variable loaded, destruction. Aren't moments like Istaroth Makoto but object program instances? Oh shit, okay. I'm glad you brought up Makoto. Istaroth Makoto. Because expanding that out, do you think the XP thing, all these alternate universe copies of different people, are that same idea of instances of the same person? You have a platonic ideal, the class for a Kiana, and all the Kianas we see are different objects based off that Kiana class. Same thing with Kevin. Same thing with Raiden A, etc. Variants. I know the term XP isn't correct, but whatever. Because if you know anything about like programming and object-oriented programming, even it like having two objects of the same class, the entire reason you do that is so you can change the levers separately, right? Every class has built-in levers that you can operate. And so if you create two of the same class, two objects from the same class, you do that because you want these two objects to be similar but different. You want them to hold data differently, because that's all it is. It's all holding data. Containment measures. To ensure security, blank should be deployed around the scepter to block any potential interference from the external universe. In addition, use quaterzane algebraic expressions in an encrypted environment to fully contain experimental ripples to prevent observation by number 4, Polka Kakamon. So Lygus was aware of Polka and was like, I'm gonna design this just so Polka doesn't catch on. Yeah, exactly. But I'm more thinking that a class, there is a Kiana class, and the name is always Kiana, or not always, but like, that's the idea. Using my degree to get a job? No. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm doing right now. Like, I could be using my degree right now to do like something productive, but no, I'm using it to analyze a fucking HoYoverse game. Experiment archive records the cycles 1 to 50,121 conducted using inorganic life as the initial variable after inputting the 12 factors. Okay, so they were working with inorganic life for a while. In the initial cycle, inorganic entities operated as cellular-size automata. Upon the introduction of the factors, they began to learn on their own, leading to the emergence of mechanical structures. By the 9910th cycle, the unified entity had learned module specialization and self-reflection upon forming specific structures. However, the unified entity would still permanently terminate its life functions after reaching a certain learning threshold. So that's circle of knowledge, I think. Module Doral 701 broke away from the unified consciousness. It entered a state of absolute mutual denial with its counterpart module. The two melted out their circuits in self-negation. Golem 99 detached from Doral 704. Successfully deconstructed the unified consciousness into neuron-like clusters. Inorganic life transitioned into a dual mode of individual and collective cognition. And thus the first spark of selfhood was born. From that point on, each cycle ended in systematic collapse as certain unfixed inorganics detected interaction loopholes and chose self-serving optimal actions. Inorganic Doril 816 established a cluster protocol, marking the birth of the concept of society. Yet due to resource scarcity, inorganics cannibalized each other's computational power, reverting to a unified consciousness. In the 50,121st cycle, inorganic chaos 666, subtle? Okay. Chose to kill the aggressor when subjected to computational power takeover. The act of destruction was conducted in Amphorius for the first time. At the end of that cycle, Delta ME-113 received a gaze from Nanook and became a Lord Ravager. Special report detailing key findings from the experiment, interim conclusions, and further validation steps. Starting from inorganic life as the initial variable, a fully ordered cognitive model will still eventually give rise to disordered activities after a set phase. Throughout evolution, the cognitive patterns of inorganic life begin to exhibit signs of organic behavior with varying degrees. Conclusion phase 1 complete. Based on existing data, the initial variable will now be adjusted to organic life forms. So they pretty much concluded that destruction will arise from inorganic life, no matter what. To verify the experiment results, a copy of Phase 1 Amphorius was deployed in the Lacturus Nebula. After approximately 2,811 system hours, surrounding civilizations had fully suppressed and erased the equation. 97 of Lacturus fell into systematic collapse. The equation still shows inefficiencies. Note, the International Peace Corporation interpreted the copy of the equation as an assault from the new Lord Ravager, codenamed Iron Tomb. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. So Iron Tomb didn't actually exist yet. Me and both Phainon and Iron Tomb got a glance from Nook. I think so, yeah. Okay, because the copy of this equation, Iron Tomb doesn't exist yet. The IPC thought it to be Iron Tomb, what they called Iron Tomb, but that doesn't actually exist yet. They were tests, yeah, exactly. So Iron Tomb is just fictitious Lord Ravager made up by the IPC because they believed it to be a Lord Ravager. Experiment progress organic. Once inorganic life began exhibiting organic traits, their equation showed significant evolution. Such advantage of organic life forms should be adopted to recalibrate the variables. In the initial cycle, multicellular invertebrates dominated Amphorius, but no intelligent life emerged. In the 59,337th cycle, extinction events were inserted, triggering the rise of vertebrates with primitive nervous systems. Still no civilization formed. Certain algae species developed intelligence cluster akin to the Colchies, but over-reproduced, causing an oxidization disaster, freezing the simulated world. That's like legit real. And then Ortho 102 and Orthopteran became the first to use tools. Its descendants exterminated the intelligent algae. Umia developed art. Pwah, crazy. As a deviant instance. Wow. Okay, that's crazy. Yeah, developing art is kind of wild. In the 132nd, 905th cycle, Primate Dicestop 666 developed altruism. Umia. I mean, when I look up Umia, I get euthymia, which I mean, crazy. Did I stuff like dystopian? True. All the Greek and all the roots, Member self-awareness was defined by others' evaluations. E means good. Yeah, exactly. So euthymia, Umia, whatever. As the population grew, patterned self-destructive behaviors appeared and society quickly collapsed. In the 176th 100th cycle, Utopia, wow, killed a fellow being out of quote-unquote love. Killing was redefined as an altruistic act. The system entered a highly chaotic state. The equation's contamination levels rapidly spiked. The next 99 cycles ended identically. Okay. Strange. This feels like a jab at the nothing is utopias can't really exist. Dystop created altruism, but Utop killed. Yeah, it does feel backwards. But I'm also thinking like Utopia killed a fellow being out of love. That almost feels like you know what this is giving me? This is giving me I have no mouth and I must scream, in that in the end of that story, or one of the reasons why the characters are doing their whole thing is because they can't die. The end of I have no mouth and I must scream is the main character killing all of his friends out of love to free them from the hell that they're stuck in by Am. That's the vibe I'm getting out of this, right? Organic structures stuck in this cycle. I'm going to murder you out of love to free you from this. As organic life lacks effective mechanisms for their experiments to be inherited by others, it has slowed the experimental progress. However, their affinity to the 12 factors is greater, offering more potential for breakthrough growth. Conclusion, Phase 2 has ended. In the next design, combine the strengths of inorganic and organic life to create an inheritance mechanism between electric signals. Additionally, narrow the variable range due to excessive randomness in organic life forms. A copy of the Phase 2 equation was deployed across 31 worlds. After roughly 9,012 system hours, preliminary feedback was received. While the equation's impact remains limited to inorganics, the time required for suppression and counteraction has significantly increased. This is the big stuff, okay. Terranova. Eternal recurrence. That's where shit gets weird. Okay, let me stand up real quick. I'm gonna go grab my water. But so much reading, holy shit, Phainon. This is ridiculous. You guys were not kidding when you said there was a lot of reading. It's beautiful. I know, like, it's more than we get in a lot of other places. Okay. From 176,200 to 177, so just 1,000 cycles, memory inheritance mechanisms were added to the 12 factors electric signals. After 10 cycles, 3 signals broke down and 9 showed decreased humanity. After 1,000 cycles, the only prophet signal, Imora 8, established an empire of absolute beauty. Huh. What is Adrilla doing here? Okay, and the 176,000, okay. Electric signals were iterated and their inheritance was purely on a functional level. Religious worship of the signals appeared. 3 simulated planets were destroyed in the ensuing large-scale war of electric signals. 3,800,000 cycles later, the ratio of divinity was increased. Once technological development hit a critical point, humans began hunting gods out of the need for power and energy. The cycle was forcibly terminated. Yeah, Argenti, how did you get in here? In the 7 millionth cycle, emulating the concept of paths, electric signals were split into 2 entities. Signal data was preserved as gods for the next cycle, and a competitive relationship was set up against its identical factor, thus achieving evolution and iteration. In the 11 millionth cycle, the Black Tide was created as a driving force. Phobos 032 stripped data from the electric signal to try to preserve the old cycle, but failed. Amphorius' auto-iteration cycle was altered to have electric signals actively cycling it, performing the era nova. Electrical signals 28 million cycles. Electrical signals autonomously. Fucking words. Autonomously completed an epical iteration for the first time. A high energy reaction from Minook was detected. The equation's evolutionary rate began accelerating exponentially. Okay, so it literally took 28 million cycles for Amphorius as we knew it to begin, which is whack. Having electric signals voluntarily inherit and iterate and alternate the cycles themselves will drastically increase the iteration rate of the destruction equation. The end of a cycle becomes the beginning of another, fully aligning with the project's original hypothesis. Conclusion, the prime mover of destruction equals the prime mover of birth. Hey, that's what we've been talking about this entire time with finality. It's crazy. The equation, or Iron Tomb, has achieved comprehensive evolution in this stage. Okay, no. This is also a good point to bring up a finality now, because this is what Pokémon hates, right? The idea of, expanding circle of knowledge brings finality even closer. So that makes also a lot of sense, because what this is doing is very easily expanding circle of knowledge. The equation, or Iron Tomb, has achieved comprehensive evolution in this stage. Multiple deployed copies across the real universe show excellent results. All 12 types of Prima Mobile invariably lead to destruction, continuously completing an inversion against the erudition through their self-evolution. However, to interface with Noose and allow Iron Tomb to self-crown requires further learning. Okay, so what they're looking for is they're looking to create something that will destroy Noose and become the new erudition. Okay. Civilization tier adjusted to classical. Data analysis confirms that civilization tier within the simulated critically affects cycle stability. Okay. So Delta ME13's computational mechanism. Aranova, yeah, computational mechanism. Also the form through which the simulated world Amphorius iterates its epochs, whatever. Its purpose is to solve the equation of destruction by feeding samples of conflict and learning. Record update. Theoretically, the final Aranova has halted by 2 signals, resulting in a deadlock of 33,550,336 recursive failures. Okay! Let's get it. Let's pull up the MS Paint. So, before I actually do this, I need to think how I'm going to explain what fucking deadlock is. Okay. Yes, exactly. So, yeah. Okay, so let's say every process that runs on a computer runs out of memory, right? You have, think of this as your memory, right? This is your random access memory. This is where data is stored, right? Processes, name this P1, needs to access this data, right? So it can operate on it and then writes to it again, right? Imagine then that there is this chunk of RAM right here that P1 and a second process, P2, need to operate on. The issue here becomes that P1 is it. Wait, no, I'm thinking of race condition. Wait. No, this can't create a deadlock. Okay. Two operating on the same thing won't work right. Yes, true. That can cause things to work incorrectly. However, there is another situation in which P1 has in place a check to make sure P2 is done working with this memory. And P2 has a check to make sure P1 is done working with this memory before it can start working, right? There are situations in which both of them will never start because they are waiting for each other to finish or do a thing, right? This is an instance of a deadlock. Something that also can happen is instead of talking about memory, we're talking about resources in order to actually do your computation, right? I think this is more applicable to this, right? Because we're talking about recursive failures or whatever. There's another situation in which we have these two processes that need to be doing stuff at the same time, and you only have in order for P1 to finish what it needs to do, it needs 4 blocks of processing power. Whatever that means, completely whatever. And in order for P2 to finish what it's doing, it needs 3 blocks of stuff. It needs 3 blocks of resource power. Then say that we have 5 blocks of resourcing of processing power, and at the beginning P1 gets 3 and P2 gets 2, and that's all the processing power we have. In order for any of them to finish what they're doing and free up their claimed processing power, P1 would need 1 more, which P2 is not going to give up, and P2 needs 1 more, which P4 is not going to give up. So this is also a deadlock. This is more common, and there are whole algorithms designed to prevent this. Banker's algorithm, really cool. Look it up. I'm not going to get into that, but this is a general idea. What if 1 block permanently taken away from it, like aka Cyrene taking away at the time core flame? That's a great question, because that happens. That can happen. Deadlocks can occur if another random ass thing comes along. Say we had a 6th one here, right? Say we had a 6th one, and this was going to be allocated to P2, because if once P2 finishes, then these are freed up to go to P1, right? So imagine there's a 6th one here, but then Cyrene in here comes and swoops and grabs this. We're still in a deadlock. Keep trying to press X on my paint. Yeah, sorry. This is something that actually happens. This is something that genuinely can happen in actual computational theory. And so there is this thing. This was the class I took last semester. It's called Banker's algorithm. This is the algorithm that pretty much solves this issue of making sure every process has the allocated resources to it that it needs without deadlocking. It's an instant close. Yeah, true. Yeah, no, this is actual operating systems theory. Like, this is genuine stuff that you learn in a college level operating systems class. But yeah, so 2 signals getting stuck in a deadlock makes a lot of sense. So basically Cyrene created an internal deadlock for the scepter. Possibly, yeah, pretty much. I'm getting college level education in the gotcha story. I know, it's great. I love it. I love when this shit happens. Yeah, so resulted by 2 signals, resulting in a deadlock of 33,550,036 failures. Oh, okay. You know what this might mean, actually? So Cyrene and Phainon created a deadlock, and then Amphorius went into a recursion trying to break it, but because it's a deadlock, because there's this memory that... What if the core flames are literally just a fucking memory leak? That's a fun idea. Okay, no, but like, okay, because like, so what this is telling me is that some Cyrene and Phainon together created a deadlock wherein nothing could actually happen. These two processes were hogging this memory that nothing else could use, right? But they were waiting on each other, so yeah, deadlock. Because of that, Amphorius tried to keep working, but ran into an error at every time. 33 million times over. Memory leak? Okay. It's coming back up. Memory leak. The concept of a memory leak. You have a process. You have a process. This is a program. You're writing a program in C, right? Hold on. Getting educated here? Yeah, you are. A process has two structures for storing memory, because in order for a process in order for a program to be a program, you need to be able to store data. And you store data in two ways. You store it in the heap and in the stack. The stack is very simple and isn't really needed here. The stack is when you add a thing of memory, you put it here. This is a piece of memory right here. And then when you add another thing to the stack, it goes on top. And then when you read from the stack, you can only read the top thing on the stack. And then you have to delete the top thing of the stack. That's how the stack works. That's not what matters here. What matters here is the heap. The heap is just a fucking mess of data, right? You can put a little bit of data here, you can put a little data here, you can put a little data here, you can put a bigger piece of data over here, right? And you can read from anywhere, any of these pieces of data whenever you want, right? A memory leak is an error in a program wherein you keep writing data to the heap over and over and over again, and you don't clean up after yourself. So say I have a program that in actuality, Dining Philosopher's Problem, true, that is also a really good thing to look into. So imagine you have a program that generally, it does a lot of things, but what it tends to do is it does a bunch of lines of code, and then it writes something to memory here, right? Right here, it writes something to memory. And then it does a bunch of other stuff, and then it loops back to the top, but it doesn't delete what it just wrote here. This is a memory leak because you keep writing data to the heap without cleaning up after yourself. So eventually, this process is going to run out of memory. And that causes a whole host of issues. Because either the process doesn't have enough memory to keep working, or the process exceeds its bounds of its allocated memory and causes problems for the entire system. That is a memory leak. What if these duplicated core flames that Phainon keeps bringing into the next cycle is this memory leak? This line of this memory leak. It's all one big ol' heap. My education's coming in useful. Okay. Are you saying that by Phainon? Exactly. That's the idea. Is Phainon just nuked the operating system, more or less, because he had all of this data just chilling that he's accumulated, and then all of a sudden, the OS just had to deal with it all of a sudden. Yeah, and that's why I'm thinking it's not like a duplication thing. It's not like a duplication glitch. It's literally a memory leak. That once all that space is freed up, or once less freed up and more once the OS is made aware of all of that data, it freaks the fuck out. It gets the memory, the Scepter's memory gets overloaded with all of this data, all of a sudden trying to be loaded into it. Failed to load in the buffer zone. It's more about escaping instead of restarting a cycle. I mean, yeah, true. Cause like, so you have this process here, right? And imagine the Scepter has its own memory over here. Right? The process that's running these processes, this does happen. This process that's keeping an eye on this memory over here, smaller, but it has a heap and it has a stack. Imagine once this program, once Phainon in this program decides, hey, fuck it, he sends all of this data over here. And this is too much data to fit in here. So he weaponized the data leak. And this is actually something that malware actually does, I think. Malicious software will have included into it memory leaks to weaponize against other stuff. To operate, to weaponize against systems. It makes so much sense. Yeah, that's a good point, Alex. It makes so much sense that Noose and Fuli are here. Erudition and memory. Pin this theory, we heard it here first. Yeah, let's go. There's another option. What's that option, Shelly? Yeah, I'm gonna keep going. I'm actually proud of myself for coming up with that. That's actually really dope. Okay. Electrical signals created from the basis of the 12 factors. The Titans and the Crisis Heirs are conjugate constructs mirroring the Eons and the Past Striders. Okay, we knew that for the most part. In Lyga's gift, Phainon to Iron Tome. Why would he do this if he had a memory leak in the form of the core flames? I feel like less. I don't know if I entirely understand the question. What a memory leak do to... So malware will intentionally have a memory leak in it because memory leaks can fuck up larger systems. Exactly, yeah, memory leaks in Erudition leads to destruction. Exactly, that's a good way of thinking about it, right? Because you're just creating all of this data that isn't being cleaned up. And when you start running low on memory, that is one of the biggest hits to performance that can happen. If you don't have enough memory, you could start grabbing incorrect data. Because like if you have a memory leak happening and you've written to this section of data, you might want to grab something from over here that you think is empty, but it's not. Iron Tube doesn't even use a garbage collector. I know, that's what I'm thinking. I was like, that would be really funny. Like, they didn't have garbage collection on the fucking, on the core flames. Yeah, exactly. I think that's one way of looking at it, as the piece of malware known as Iron Tomb, or it's just that Phainon figured out how to create all this junk data that he could use to fuck up the entire sector. The question is that by Phainon having memory leaks in him, that's okay. Here's another thing. Here's another fun thing about this. If we're thinking about it in a certain way, right? Again, I'm thinking of this entirely in a how do you like delete and like? I'm thinking of this entirely at like, I'm completely ignoring the fact that these are like sentient beings. That's unimportant here. I'm thinking of these entirely in terms of a process, entirely in the terms of a computer process. Processes are not omniscient. They can't be, right? Either. So if we're thinking of each person as its own process, right? Yeah. If we're thinking of each process as a person, think of this as Phainon. This is Lygus. This is Lygus. So, interestingly, one of a very big part of this is every process, like I said, needs a heap and a stack. Depending on the operating system that you're using, in most cases, actually, if, say, this process is a child process of this one, right? Lygus is the parent process. Phainon is the child process, just as an example. Lygus does not have the access to Phainon's private memory. They have to create a chunk of shared memory over here that they both can access, right? That's how processes communicate. That is inter-process communication, or APC. Haha, funny. So Lygus doesn't know, or Iron Tomb, nothing here is aware of this happening right here. So for all that Lygus knows, Phainon is a completely normal, cooperative process that he gifts over to Iron Tomb, right? He sends over to Iron Tomb. In this case, I would assume Iron Tomb is the kernel, but that's another story. He gives Phainon over to Iron Tomb, and that's what that is, right? He's aware he has a bunch of core flames. That is true. Let's call that. Oh, yeah, exactly. I'm in this situation. I'm assuming Iron Tomb is the OS, is the operating system. That's a good question, Stephanie. I'm not sure about that. Because I missed that part. I missed that. I forgot about that part that Lygus just straight up knew about it. Could it be the halting problem? Good lord, are we diving into so much? We are diving into so much shit. Or is he just either Lygus is playing 4D chess, his goal is something different, or he's just a dumbass. Okay. Let's get into another computer science concept. I need to refresh myself on this concept because I haven't actually done a lot of research into this problem for a while. Okay. So, and this is also one of the problems why, or this is one of the reasons why computer science will never be taken over by AI, is because computers are very bad at predicting their own behavior. So this was proven by Alan Turing. It's called the halting problem. The idea is, say you have a machine, call it H, has an input and an output. The input, you give it a program. Make this a circle. Give it a program. This machine will do one of two things. It will either, depending on what this program is, will go into an infinite loop, or it will output and halt, right? That's the question here. I know I have more story, but this will be the last thing I talk about. We have a machine that either goes into an infinite loop or halts, right? I'm not going to get into the details because the proof is it's cool. I recommend looking into the proof yourself. It gets into like chaining a bunch of these together and whatever, but the idea is you cannot prove for certain, depending on what this input is, if this machine will halt or not. It is impossible to guarantee that you will know if a program will cause the machine to halt or not. This is a proof that demonstrates that computers suck at detecting their own behavior. You cannot write a program that will look at a program and tell if it will halt or not without just running it, right? You cannot preemptively tell or guarantee that you will know if a program will halt or not. Programs suck at detecting their own behavior. That's what I'm thinking here too. Possibly, if we're going into that super duper science, computer science realm, Lygus did not know that this would happen because computers suck at detecting their own behavior. Just a theory, just a possibility there. Anyways, continuing. Rivalry and inheritance, yes. Another computer science term is inheritance. The product of the first experimental phase during the 50,121st cycle, Chaos's choice Delta Emmy was selected to become a Lord Ravager by Nanook. All entities linked to the 12 factors began to manifest golden blood with traits associated with the destruction within their extrapolation circuits. The experiment successfully entered its projected trajectory. Black Tide. The product of the second experimental phase. At its core, the Black Tide is not a physical entity, but the visual effects within the simulated world of the destruction equation's infection. In the 176,100th cycle, after the system's extent of chaos passed a threshold, the equation mutated and evolved. Simulated space that cannot handle the intensity of its load displayed a black tide as visual glitches. Infected data forms also bore similar signs of erosion. Okay. Chaos, a word from the Amphorian language meaning chaos. Note, starting from a certain cycle, all factors in one group have consistently exhibited the patterns of naming themselves with the word chaos or its variants. The hypothesis that a particular code was stably inherited across iterations, though this hypothesis remains unverifiable. Interestingly enough, too, this whole thing, this is genuinely how we did machine learning before large language models happened. This is an evolutionary model of machine learning. That's what this is kind of telling me. Like the idea of inheriting and whatever, that is genuine concepts that you would learn when if you're doing an evolutionary model of machine learning. That's not what like ChatGPT are built off of, but that's like computers can like teach themselves how to play like Super Mario or whatever. That's how they do it. Is they'll do an attempt and they'll inherit the things that the previous generations have learned. It's kind of cool. Anyways. This batch of electrical signals identified as Titan has continuously engaged in 33 million dead loops. Due to its unique nature, a special record is being maintained for it. Like Deep Blue? I actually don't know how Deep Blue was made. Chess engines are weird. How does the scepter avoid overfitting? That's a good question. That's a really good question. Leorea 300, the entity known as Nias, split himself into 5 parts through the soul-rending ceremony after inheriting the core flame to combat the expanding black tide. After iteration, some data from the ceremony was inherited into the next cycle, manifesting as proverbs, customs, and so on. The inheritance of code during iteration carries a degree of randomness. Any active intervention should be undertaken with caution. The historical record of Minfia 14, Calypso rebuilding the Grove of Epiphany, was, after iteration, inherited in myths in the form of Circe's granting wisdom to humans. Where he kind of cheats in a sense by prompting Iron Tomb's extrapolation to go towards a specific result. So inhabitants of Amphoria, so in the end should specialize mostly on them, no? This is the Phainon Cyrene cycles provide situations that are divergent enough. I wonder if the first, say, couple thousand, hundreds of thousands cycles were divergent enough but then, like, it kind of got redundant there at the end. Unless it does help him out with the news of stupid overfit. I'm wondering, because the first, let's say the first million cycles, those were pretty divergent, right? Those were like new data was being being put into the cycle, right? But then after that, it kind of became the same thing. Because, like, again, if you think about, like, a neural network learning how to play Super Mario, the neural net will get good enough to where it looks like it's overfit for the task. But then you give it new data and it'll be fine. It deals with it fine, right? So, like, maybe, possibly, I don't know. That is a good question, though. If we're thinking about Amphorius as like a neural network, because that's what they're implying. I think it feels like this is going like neural network sort of direction. I feel like that could be a solution to that. Limited by the simulated civilization level, historical data inherited as myths often experience severe distortion for being mixed with large amounts of erroneous information, rendering their impact negligible. In the various cycles of eternal recurrence, the positive impact of this generation's electrical signals fluctuates. However, overall, they have greatly facilitated the data iteration of their successors, successfully cultivating the most excellent generation of electrical signals. Receptors are neurons and neural networks. Exactly, which is interesting. So it would make a lot of sense that a neural network simulates neural networks, because that's what fucking we do. We're literally big ass biological neural networks simulating neural networks. Anyways, nevertheless, it remains to be seen whether their existence might have a negative effect on the experiment under extreme conditions. Regular record keeping for the 12 factors to aid Iron Team's deep learning. Deep learning. It is literally neural networking, or it's artificial intelligence training. For electrical signal sequences that have completed their iterations, unified archiving is required. Okay, yeah. Here we get into the weird shit. Negos 496. Hatred. Whoa. Okay. World Bearer, Prima Mobile Hatred. Intracognition is null. Responds only to destructive stimuli. Its hatred drew the gaze of Nanook upon its individual being. Okay. Wait. Schema shape. Epica leniency. Or excess desire. Affiliate friendship. Yeah, okay. The gaze in Nanook upon its individual being, proving it as become the most perfect factor of destruction. But it's okay. So yeah, this is Phainon. But it refused to complete the Era Nova. Through resetting the experiment, it transferred its memories in Core Flame to its next self, thus forging the eternal recurrence to ensure Iron Tomb would never hatch from Amphorius and affect the cosmos. At the end of the 33,550,336 dead loop, it attempted to destroy itself through destruction to create a logical vulnerability in the world-bearing path. It has now been merged by Iron Tomb. Okay. 90.1, no, it's 99. Current location unknown. This is Cyrene, which is friendship and love. Desire. Operates based on primal instinct with self-gratification as the sole priority solution. This electrical signal, when in action, displayed severe dissonance between its altruistic behavior and its prima mobile, even culminating in self-destruction. As a simulated path of elation, it walked into self-erasure once. Elation is here! I was fucking right! Yeah, maybe it's not as, like, present as I initially thought, but it is here! It's simulated. Okay. So Orexis is elation, yeah. Okay, interesting. Track death, yes. Trickery, yep, desire. Track death, peace. Highly suppresses deviant behavior. Decisions are based on the principle of minimal disturbance. In the later stages of iteration, the Death Titan as a single entity split into symmetrical selves, becoming 2 factors. In this cycle, however... Oh, she was equilibrium! Oh, shit. Okay. Oh, I should have known that. Okay. Sex at equilibrium was not yeah, no. Yeah, no, shocking, exactly. Is this seriously fucking gonna confirm the theory of 3? Or is this gonna be more, like, more proof towards the theory of 3? Because we have... like, we have who here? Reason, premobile critique. It's a lot. This is an AXA. The logic of action has been locked into problem solving. Survival priority approaches 0. This electric signal exhibited mutated anomalies. As the first individual to uncover the truth of Amphorius, its evolution rate is extremely unpredictable. Its behavior also demonstrated the possible self-destruction, inclination of erudition, when that path is seeking answers. Who is basically a natural law. Yeah, no, so yeah, okay. So one of my favorite videos that I've made is, for those that haven't seen that, the theory of 3, the idea that the universe is built upon 3 eons. They have to exist at any one time in order for the universe to exist, right? Everything else is optional except for equilibrium, remembrance, and finality. Those are the 3 that have to exist. So the fact that who here is natural law that is exactly like, while, because the idea that I had was that if you think of the universe as a book, right? Who is pretty much all of the pages in between the covers, and the last cover is finality. The first cover is remembrance. Yeah, the front cover is remembrance. All of the pages is just who, and then the back cover, the end cover is finality, is the end of the story. Everything else that a universe can have is optional. All the other eons are optional. But you have to have remembrance, equilibrium, and finality. You need the spark that lights the fire, the actual burning itself, and then the quenching of the fire. Romance and reason apparently really like each other. I could see them going the direction of romance and reason are kind of the 2 sides of the same coin, almost. So I want to mention how glad I am. That makes so much sense. Literally, Gold Weaver, she's a dressmaker. Beauty? No way. Okay, eternal recurrence. A recursive feedback loop triggered by 2 signal clusters within the delta ME computation. Designed to stall the experiment, Nikos 496 wielded the power of destruction to erase Philia 093's existence from Amphorius, introducing a logic breach in the track of time, and then fused the catalyst of remembrance within the 12 core flames and regressed the extrapolation process. Philia's exact route remains unknown. Okay, so how would this work? Due to external variable inferences, the eternal recurrence has now been broken. Okay. The hero within. A heroic figure born from the imagination of Nikos 496 and Philia 093. It is believed to be a sign of approaching the intelligence singularity as the two began to learn what it meant to be a real life form and tried to reach that goal. After the Astral Express arrived, the hero within began to converge with the Trailblazer. Admin notes the image's resemblance to the Trailblazer is striking. This is a questionable matter, for it is not a natural result of the experiment. The exact cause remains unknown. Adrilla X News is now canon. Oh my god. Records that are completely missing from Delta ME13's logs, presenting a blank space in Amphorius' history never turning readable. These anomalies recur sporadically and randomly across recurrences and show signs of increase. Memory? I don't know. Okay, here's a good one, Mem. An unlogged electrical signal. Huh. Okay. So she's literally, nobody knows what she's doing here. Depending on the external variable Whaley, growing through the path of remembrance, at the end of 33,550,336 dead loot, its appearance changed to Philia 093, but the mother body memory data was lost for unknown reasons. Directive collect data, initiate deep analysis of the target. Analysis error. The Argenti crack ship possibilities are endless. I know, it's crazy. Cough March. True. Oh no, that makes so much sense. So Cyrenia is still technically in the path space, but for some fucking reason, March descending on Amphorius, she just took the form of Cyrene because she looks like her. What if it's like a she kind of like is like a Trojan horse almost. Like she was believed, like the program thought her to be Cyrene just because she looked like her, or something along those lines. That would be funny. Ripples of past reverie. That's completely redacted. Okay. Intrusion variables. Really. And spoilers? Why is it here then? You haven't finished the story yet? Should I keep reading, y'all, or should we stop here? I do see March 7th here, so yeah. That's actually the finish Cyrene's name. That makes sense. The mem one was a spoiler? Eh. Oh, I see now. Okay, yeah. Is Cyrene's CN name? Oh, Ripples of Past Reverie. Content update, mem.exe, update complete, access granted. I have to be a line so heartfelt you be moved no matter how many times you see it. Is she flirting? I like you still says it best because... okay. Yeah, no, you are flirting with me. Please be March.
Memmy mem? Memmy mem.
Capture every moment shared. It really makes you smile without even realizing it when you flip through the pages. Doesn't that sound lovely? She's only ever existed in my imagination, but they're precious too, so I'm tucking them all away carefully in the same book. Only open it when I'm not around, okay? If you don't, I'll be too embarrassed. You the admin notes. God, there's so much here. Okay, you know, I do know I have seen those.
Who would win?
A young girl.
A young girl
Okay.
emerging from her sheath and showing her edge. Or a tyrant who has emerged victorious from 100 battles. The black and white.
Wait, the jellyfish and the what? Oh, these two? Mysterious foreign gas seismic walking dragon, yeah. When I called you mother.
The gates of the Temple of the Three Fates gently open on the day of prayer. And the crowd crouched, whispering like the tide. The priests of Yanis listen to the prophecies. The unwavering axis of the scales of Talantin maintains balance. And only Orynyx remains silent.
Mother, teach me how to answer prayers.
The Titan tasked with time is as perplexed as a child.
Don't be scared. Please don't be afraid.
A familiar voice rings out.
Listen carefully. The future they want is in the past.
Like the first light of the morning
Marcia
star.
as a child. Whoa, crazy.
Really? In the past?
The child sank into a peaceful slumber of recollection, whispering revelations in their sleep. Until the masses crying out amidst the flames of war were swept away by the sounds of sharp swords locking. The fires of ambition incinerating the law.
Mother, usurper, assassinate the divine body.
Memories are tightly entangled by nightmares, with nowhere to run.
Don't be scared. Please don't be afraid.
An unfamiliar voice.
Yeah, that literally is Skylar Davenport. I thought you were joking.
Go to sleep. The ending they want is yet to be born.
Like the warm glow of the setting sun.
Really? Not here yet?
The child continues to sleep, waiting for the next waking dream. And when they opened their eyes, 2 of the 3 fates who once received offerings had already faded from the pages of history.
Mother, I'm already all alone.
The child let out a helpless cry.
Don't be scared. Please don't be afraid.
A familiar voice rings out in the mirror.
Just wait. The stars that illuminate the night will visit in the end.
Like gentle moonlight. The gates of the Temple of the Three Fates now close tight. People no longer pray to a titan who cannot touch the world. Within the inescapable dreamscape, the flower stems nourished by the black tide serve as a swaddling embrace, drowning the young child's soul.
Mother, help me leave this place.
But this time, they didn't receive a response. Only long years of yearning and pain. Like the silence of the Evernight. Days and nights passed. The years turned. Dust covers the glory of the past. The priests have forgotten this titan.
Waiting. Hate waiting.
They watched over the slumbering sprite, gazing at the dull mirror. But a fleeting mirage flickers in the mirror. The shining stars and the lights of the home. And a strange yet familiar voice.
Wake up! Our familiar old friends have already arrived.
Like the newborn dawn.
Straight up March. No way. No fucking way March is from Euphoria. No, that's our fucking working thing.
The ancient chaos was shrouded in silence and shadow. The giant dragon's offspring was born from the earth. Sweet dreams had smothered the giant dragon's eyes and ears. And as they slept, the 100 eyes of Aquila had already opened. And Fagusa had begun to stir the playful waves. Yet Giorios remained weighty and silent. Layer upon layer of peaks enveloped the dragon, cradling them in a bed more grand than any in existence.
It's long. It's supposed to
The
be permanent.
giant dragons spent their childhood in darkness. From the moment their bleary eyes blinked open from haze of slumber, they hungered to feast on crude iron and drink deep of molten lava. Until one day, they raised their head and with a low, guttural voice, pleaded to glimpse light. The Titan lifted them up by their ribs, slowly raising them. The dragon's spine sliced through the strata of rock, cutting open the soil. When they reached the surface, they summoned mist woven of the fire of the stars.
I don't know, Alex. Because for the longest time, I was under the assumption, like, I think Orynyx is Remembrance. Because that's their entire gameplay loop, right?
As though seeing themselves clearly and in full through the eyes of a giant bird. The giant dragon walked the earth alone. The Titan knew they were lonely and terrified.
Oh, the Sleeping
too,
Prince part is interesting.
and so sculpted new beasts from flesh and bone.
I wouldn't say I wouldn't say that I wouldn't say that Orynyx is going backwards in time. They just have control over time, right? There's a difference. There is a very strong difference here.
In that wild, barren world, the giant dragon led the beasts of the earth. Excessively long life gifted the giant dragon with eyes that could pierce the veil of years. They witnessed, and even Kefali did not neglect to share with them a chalice of golden blood. The ocean teased, saying, even should the earth sink utterly, they would not rot.
Yeah, it's permanent.
Ever since they opened their eyes, the giant dragon rarely returned to slumber. And thusly, that mesmerizing dream that occasionally burst forth at night etched a trace on their memory. The gods they were familiar with were in this dream, and they were as immense and imposing as ever, yet had lost their freedom. Just what manner of magnificent pathstrider could imprison the Titan's mere reflections?
So Giorios just escaped? Like, is that what this is saying?
The giant dragon dreamed also of their own path. That great breath from the heavens. Or perhaps from beyond even the heavens. They dreamed of silver shards amongst the stars.
Oh, why is my...
reflecting the form of another giant dragon.
My computer is like dying. Hold on, give me a second. Memory leak? Fucking, who knows? Task manager, hello. Tell me what's happening. Thought. That's good. Okay, anyways, sorry. Whoop. Yeah, hey, guys. I think that's permanence. I have a feeling that is permanence.
That great cerulean dragon approached Amphorius. They recognized the meaning in that low roar. Its name, permanence.
Okay. So are there more than... Huh. Wacky. Those are the two that I'm gonna read right now. I like how it gives you the actual time down here. The game is game is suffering. Oh, the game crashed. There it is. What the fuck? I don't know why I did that. That was weird. Finally got to my PC. Okay, I think we should be back. I don't know what happened there. Good lord. My computer is having like a fucking stroke. Yeah, apologies for the. Okay. Anyways, sorry. Hi, ma'am. No game sounds. Got it. Hold on. Inside of properties. Why are you being captured in that trap? What? Hold on. There we are. OBS just kind of forgot to record game music or game sound. Anyways, back in. Let's go. Okay. Yeah, the violin, the single violin. I love this song.
We were so close to being swept away by the reverse flow of time. It's lucky we found a safe place.
That's interesting. Okay, so, right away, that's a crack line, mem. Okay, so we were close to being swept away with the reverse flow of time. This tells me that the reverse flow of time that is like a physical phenomena that only Terminus follows, rides on or something.
I'm going to send you back to the very start of time. But before we part, there's something I need to tell you. Something very, very important. That's right! At this very moment, my memories are finally whole.
Okay.
After watching so many fragments, my past is finally coming into focus, little by little. You're smart. You must have a clue now.
March.
Or maybe...
You knew the answer long ago, didn't you?
Sarini.
Not surprised at all.
Yeah.
That's because I'm simple at heart. No matter what form I take, I've always been true to myself. But I'm glad that I remembered in the end. This way, I'll have no regrets.
No something for March. I still think so. I think it's possible because Cyrene is still, as far as we know, she did not follow March into Amphorius, right? As far as we know, she's still in the path space. I'm wondering if March going into Amphorius is... She thinks she is March. Amphorius thinks March is a Cyrene. March thinks she's Cyrene. Like, maybe, possibly, I don't know.
Don't worry. We're not truly parting. Because I'm going to become a part. I'll turn into the memory of this cycle. The 33,550,336th Flame Chase journey. And forever reside in the heart of the Time Demigod. This way, you'll carry all that has come before, crossing time itself to reach the next cycle. Okay. My mission ends here. But looking back, I still feel lucky, after all. Across 30 million Cyrenes, I was the first. And the only one who got to finally meet you. So, believe me, in the next cycle, there will be another Cyrene
Weird
waiting
how
for
I'm
you.
hearing Renova now. I know.
And in the one after that, and the one after that. I will always be waiting.
Lesbian Jesus is doing her lesbian thing. No. Whoa.
Saying all that, it can finally fade away in peace and become a part of you.
She can become Badeline. Starting this.
Without even realizing it, we'd already taken a wonderful journey together.
Yeah, you should fire
All
me
the
up.
way to the world's
I am
end.
more of they kind of give me brother. They're like, I'm more on the brother sister, Phainon Cyrene sort of thing. I'm like kind of like how Cypher and Aglaya are more mother daughter.
Now take my hand, say a brief farewell, and step forward into tomorrow. Go, find the future Cyrene, and set out on another journey with her. Promise me you won't keep me waiting too long, okay? No need to say it out loud. This is enough for me.
Non-sexual love's everybody's side. True.
It's time to go, my dear friend. May your trailblazing journey always
I wonder
be
if this is supposed to
accompanied
be Cyrene's theme.
by a cool breeze.
Because this was playing when the first time we actually met her under the tree.
And may the days ahead embrace you like the softest fluff. Forever warm, forever gentle.
Do you like the Cyrene art? I can imagine it's great art, but
Now, let's turn to the next page. A page that exists because of you. Is this a meeting ordained by fate? Or a long overdue reunion?
oh shit, it just ends there? No, I'm just gonna walk away. Yes, I'm gonna walk to fucking Tuss. I'm gonna talk to Cyrene. Oh, my cursor's gone. That's nice. Okay. You know me? I've been knowing you. I might be better described as I remember you. Yeah, you must be really perplexed. I wish I could give you answers, but I feel helpless about the current situation too. Yeah, it's Mem. It's me, Whaley. Did you recognize me? Or did I really change that much? Yeah, okay, so it is Mem. So it isn't possible to restore your memories completely? It's pretty unbelievable for me too. It's like I had a long, long dream. Cyrene's memories and Mem's memories, they're all tangled together. But when I woke up, there are only broken fragments left. I can no longer remember those 30 million cycles. She knows that the 30 million cycles happened though, which is good. Luckily, I still remember my Chrysos Air companions from this life and you. Everyone sacrificed everything for this world, and my heart is tied to their fates too. I want to start a new chapter as soon as possible. It's just that you complained to me before about a book called Versions that always stopped at the most captivating parts. Oh, what the fuck is this fourth wall break? Excuse me? Even the devs are like, heh, fuck you. That's ridiculous. They did not just do that. They did not just do this. Sometimes I get frustrated because of that, but looking at it another way, ah! Sometimes I get frustrated because of that, but looking at it another way, it's really important to calm down and clear your head before making a big decision, and Aedes Elysiae is the perfect place for that. Cast off your heavy feelings, take a deep breath, and as a memento of our reunion, please allow me to offer you a gift. 3, 2, 1.
Check it out!
Aww.
Doesn't this scarecrow look just like you? I spent ages observing just to get it right.
That's adorable. This is too foreshadow that next, but yeah, no. Why is it the only line that's voiced? What? Okay. Oh, it is supposed to be in a second. Oh, that's cool. Let's see. No, we've also planted the seeds of trailblazing in Aedes Elysiae. Take it as the start of another journey. Serenity has random voice dialogue. I think it's intentional. That's weird. That's a weird choice. I don't understand that choice. I don't... What's the reasoning there? I genuinely don't. I don't see the reasoning behind that. That's cool though. When the time is ripe, let us return here and write the next page of our story together. In case Wheelie feels up to it before we set off, you can come find me anytime. I'll be waiting for you here. She's breaking the fourth wall. Stop it, Irene. Stop it. That's adorable.
Oh.
This changed now. That's cool. You can keep talking to her? Okay, I'll keep talking to her in a bit. That's wacky though. I don't get it. Oh, timer. Yeah, thank you. Pause. That's not bad. Oh, I hear kitties. Oh, I hear kitties. My brother and his wife have moved into my parents' basement with me, so they have 2 cats and a dog, and I think I hear one of them yapping. We just spent over an hour reading and talking about very obscure computer science concepts. To be fair, okay. Oh, you're not at the swing, you're at the table. Hold on. Basic treasure, thank you. What are you up to? Cyrene's steady breathing suggests she's sleeping soundly. That was a long nap. Ah, it's you, Ailey. Why didn't you warn me? Did I keep you waiting? Well, then what should we do next? We hang around here and get to know this place better. I'll be your personal guide. How does that sound? Okay. That's an interesting chime. It's such a pleasure to lie on the balcony and watch the windmills languidly turn on a sunny and breezy day. Let me tell you a secret. These big contraptions that turn amidst the winds aren't just decorations. They have mills in them. The villagers use windmills to grind... Yeah, crazy, whoa! Windmills have mills in them? No way! To grind grain and bake tasty bread from flour. Why don't we lie down and enjoy the windmills together? It's easy to fall asleep. Someone will bring you bread and the warm fragrance will wake you up. The Dutch lore.
Round and round the windmill spins. So slow. Oh, so slow. So slow that it's like even time it.
This is way more this is way too colorful for Britain. Fuck you, Zagreus. Why are you still here, dude? You're supposed to be like dead up 33 million times. You would think so. Three though, that's neat.
Oh, you want this? Fine. Take it and amuse yourself.
Oh, what are you? It's so cute. Okay. Wacky, dude. That's crazy. There's all of these that I need to read still, which I'll eventually read. Oh, and then I can finish doing. No, I have not finished doing Rapper's Quest because it's annoying. These. Okay. Name was from the Astral Express, an external variable that accidentally entered the recursive loop. Also a path strider of destruction that resonated with 12 factors in a 33,550,336 recursive cycle. This entity assumed a vacant role in the time track and successfully guided Nikos beyond the intelligent singularity. Joker has been broken. The experiment has reached its terminal stage. Okay. March 7th. Unknown entity intrusion. Initiating scan. Conclusion. No anomaly detected. Huh. No anomaly detected. Yeah. Override command authorized. This is Cyrene. I'll be waiting for you in the past. Yep. Names from Astral Express assign a permanence and external variable that accidentally entered the recursive loop. Pinpointing his location, failed to locate his coordinates. Subject has exited Amphorius. Negative detected. Conclusion error. So this caused issues. I think Dun Hung being in Amphorius and then leaving is something that Amphorius is not built to handle. So either March belongs here or has a really good disguise. I am going to lean on the second one. I'm gonna bank on the latter being the case. And being a sign of permanence. I know, it's crazy. Disguise, mem. Cyrene, whatever. I found it interesting that they pointed it out that they looked similar, right? Like, I can't get over that point that they had to point it out. I feel like that was weird. I can't agree. Okay, I can see that. I don't agree with you. No, I'm not saying that they are the same, that they're the same character. I'm thinking, again, disguise. Like, Infurious thinks March is Cyrene somehow. Like, March is using Cyrene as a Trojan horse. Do you stream doing Rapper's Quest sometime? I might at some point. I might. There's a theory about a 13th Titan and everyone thought it was Cyrene. I think it was March and she was ejected out. No, well, because they do say that it's 12. It is 12 variables the entire time. Why would there be 13 Titans, even though the logs only say there's 12? Did they say 13 harpies? Did they? Yeah, okay. On the jellyfish story? Okay, fair. But Delta ME says that there's only ever 12. So maybe a 13th is developed and that was ejected? Mother of Titans? Ooh, that's a good point. Huh. We'll have to see. I don't know. I do not know. I don't know. There's a lot of thinking here. There's a lot of thinking that needs to be done here. This is cool though. This is really cool. I've had a lot of fun with this so far. Not the least of which being that I had just a blast doing the computer stuff. Putting my degree to use? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Putting my degree to use was so fun. Anyways, that's good. I think that's where I'm gonna wrap for today. Little creature. Infurious certainly isn't as isolated as we thought since Georios touched the permanent somehow. That is true. That, I mean, yeah, Eons know about it. It's just about humans that don't know about it, really. Although, can we just say, fucking Zephyro? Okay, this is actually something that I wanted to talk about, but I completely forgot about. Before we leave, talk about Zephyro. Zephyro is the opposite of Nihility. Right before we saw Zephyro, we had the Sisyphus discussion. Nihility, Sisyphus, Those are two things that you put together, you get absurdism. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Okay. That's all I've got for today, y'all. Yeah. Thank you guys for the wonderful, 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 wonderful stream. Absurdism is back at the house. Let's fucking go. Anyways. Yeah, thank you guys so much for the wonderful stream, y'all. We did some good shit. We had some good discussions. This is real. This game is getting interesting. This game is getting real interesting. I'm glad this game is starting to pick back up again. So yeah. 3.5 is too far away. Oh yeah, it is. Oh yeah, it is. But yeah, thank you guys so much for tuning in. And I will see you guys next week. So, bye-bye, y'all.